In Delhi, of course, the other big crisis is the water crisis, though the Water Minister Atishi has said that water supply is likely to be restored soon. In fact, she inspected various key spots as well as far as the national capital is concerned. But this comes amid waterlogging and inundation in several parts of the national capital. And with that, we'll take a short break. News continues on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Friends, it's time now to move into my personal favorite section, which is called Ask TG, and it's for a reason, क्योंकि आप मुझसे सवाल पूछते हैं and I get back to you with full details on all your questions. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. You know, it's very easy, it's very convenient, and अगर आपके पास में दो अलग-अलग phones हैं, essentially I carry two phones और मैं यही करता हूँ so that both my WhatsApp accounts are on both the phones, which is very simple. आप केवल
Hello, Moto.
Bittersweet emotion for Indian cricket fans. A season of goodbyes. Jadea also announced his retirement from T20 cricket. Virat, Kohli and Rohit Sharma had announced retirement earlier. Legends retire from T20 cricket after India's World Cup winning campaign. Indian great sang up boots post the historic win. Champions are back. India lift T20 World Cup. India beat South Africa in the T20 World Cup by 7 runs. Congress writes to Lok Sabha. Speaker says lift COVID restrictions on journalists in the parliament. Congress says media being restricted in the name of curbs. Video of an assault in Bengal's Islampur goes viral. Disturbing video shows brutal assault on a man and a woman. BJP left gun for the TMC. Marksheet scam at the Guwahati University. Now 8 have been arrested by the Assam police. CID has been given the probe. Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I'm Ankit Tyagi. Now, after two greats, Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, another Indian cricketer, all-rounder Ravindra Jadea has announced his retirement from the T20 international cricket after winning the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2024 last evening, beating South Africa in the final. Now, this also, in fact, comes, at a time when two greats already, Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, have announced their retirement. Ravindra Jadea has been an essential part of the Indian cricket team in all formats of the game. He has also now announced his retirement from the T20 cricket. Let me very quickly bring in my colleague Osama, who is joining us with more details at this moment. Osama, a bittersweet sort of emotions for Indian fans on a high after winning the World Cup, and then one after another, three greats leaving the T20 format.
Absolutely, and it was expected, Ankit, because there were a lot of talks about whether this is going to be the last T20 World Cup for many of these players, including Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma. But not a lot of people were expecting Ravindra Jadea to hang his boots as well in this particular format. But the news as of now is that Ravindra Jadea has announced his retirement from T20 international cricket. He's going to keep playing the IPL and the other formats as of now, and we'll have to wait and watch what comes out of that later. But in an Instagram post, he posted that with a heart full of gratitude, I bid farewell to T20 internationals like a steadfast horse, galloping with pride. I've always given my best for my country and will continue to do so in other formats. And this is what Jadea wrote on Instagram. But apart from the swashbuckling style that he brings to the table, you rightly pointed out, he has been one of the most important cogs in that Indian wheel. He has carried that role of the all-rounder, whether it is the shortest format of the game, the T20s, or whether it is the longest format, that is the Test. He has always been a central character in the whole story. And his partnership with Ravi Ashwin in Test, in ODIs, his contributions with the bat and with the ball, it has always come to the, he has always come to the rescue for Team India. And the shortest format, and remember this tournament, the T20 World Cup, a lot of expectations were there with respect to Ravindra Jadea, and he did not really play as per the expectations. But at the same time, you also have to remember the kind of contributions that he has made in the previous tournaments, in whether it is the T20 World Cup last time around, whether it was the IPLs that we have seen. And that is something that is always going to stay with him. And more importantly, what we are going to miss, Ankit, is his unique style of celebrating his milestones, whether he reaches a 50 or a century. That unique style where where he waves his bat as if he's holding a sword. That warrior spirit is what Team India is going to miss from now.
Absolutely. In fact, what a joy of this player, Ravindra Jadea, Rohit, Sharma and Virat Kohli have brought to Indian fans for many, many years. Thank you so much, Sharma, for joining us with all those details. And as we were speaking about the other two greats, the captain, Rohit Sharma, and of course, stalwart, not just of the Indian cricket, but among the greatest players ever who have, in fact, played the game, Virat Kohli, have also bid farewell to T20 format after lifting the T20 World Cup. This has been a phenomenal campaign for Team India, winning all their matches from match number 1 to the final against South Africa. Now, both these greats, the ones that you're seeing on your screens at this moment, have also bid due to the T20 format of the cricket.
This was my last T20 World Cup, and this is exactly what we wanted to achieve. This is an amazing game. I was telling Rohit today when we went out to bat, I was like, one day you feel like you can't get a run, and then you come out and then things happen. God is great. I bow my head in gratitude. I'm just really grateful I was able to get the job done for the team on the day that it mattered the most.
मैंने सोचा नहीं था कि T20 रिटायर करूंगा मैं, but situation ऐसा आ गया. I thought it is the perfect situation for me, and nothing better than winning the cup and saying goodbye.
Sir, first of all, congratulations, Rajkumar sir. And firstly, what are you feeling at this point? Because we have been waiting for Virat Kohli to lift that trophy for a very, very long time, and it is finally here.
Congratulations to everyone in the country, to the congratulations to Indian team, the support staff, the coaches, the selectors and BCCI. And I want to congratulate everyone in the country. And about Virat, yeah, it's a big moment for Virat. After 2011, they haven't won a World Cup, and it's a great moment, a great achievement for the Team India.
Rajkumar ji, have you managed to have a chat with Virat? You know, one of the things that he said on the broadcast and that stuck with me is that he said that one had to let go of one's ego to stand here today. Could you tell us and our viewers a little bit about what he meant by letting go of his ego as a batter?
No, I mean, what I feel he meant that he had some few failures before this inning, and the way he was playing, so he changed his game for the last game. Though the team demanded that situation, and the situation was such that he had to mellow down. India were 34 for 3, so he just stood there. And took his time and built that inning. So maybe he was talking about that thing, that he changed his plan of batting.
Rajkumarji, as a batter, Virat Kohli, we know the kind of skills that he possesses and the kind of talent that he has had over the years. There was a time when people had a lot of questions over whether he should adapt more to this particular format. How did you see that transition happening in Virat Kohli?
Well, I mean, he has been a champion player in all the three formats, to be very honest. He's been performing consistently for past 15 years, and not just because he's my disciple. I must say that he has won so many matches for the country, which nobody has done till now in Indian history, I would say. So he has been a consistent performer in all the three formats, and he has adapted all the three formats very well.
Rajkumarji, he was a part of the team when India lifted the 2011 World Cup. He was one of the young and upcoming players, very, very promising at that stage. And now a second world title comes to him almost at the time. He actually calls it quits from T20 cricket. How are these two titles really different for him?
Totally different. 2011, he was very happy to be selected in that team, and now this time he was a legend. He was considered to be the senior most player and pro in the team that everybody looks at, and he knew his responsibility, his role this time.
Moving on to some other news now. After a viral video surfaced of a young man and a woman being brutally beaten up by a man dressed in black t-shirt and jeans, the Islampur police have confirmed they have registered a case and are looking for the accused. The video shows the victims being assaulted with a stick several times in presence of onlookers surrounding the accused as he repeatedly assaulted the victims. The BJP and the Left party have in fact hit out at the West Bengal government and has said the accused belongs to the TMC party.
What we're being given to understand from locals there. Also, the police have confirmed they've registered a case and they're looking for the accused. The BJP and the CPIM, Mohammad Salim and Amit Malviya respectively, have also identified the accused after posting the video on social media. And they identified the accused as someone who's close to the Trinamool. That is what they said. And this is, of course, in connection with the video where the young man and the young woman are seen being assaulted with a stick by a man dressed in a black t-shirt and jeans. And this is the accused that the BJP and the left seem to have identified. But also, what we know is that at this point, you can see in the video onlookers, and a case has been registered, and the police are on the lookout for the accused.
Right. So now, in fact, this man, at least the left parties and a leader from the left and former member of parliament, Mohammad Salim, in fact, put out a post on X and said that this man belongs to the TMC and his name is Tajimul, also known as JCB. The similar claim has been made by BJP IT cell chief Amit Malviya, who has also shared this video and has said that this is JCB alias Tajimul, in fact, who is seen in this video beating, in fact, these two people. Now, let me very quickly at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, go across to Mr. Riju Datta, who's the spokesperson of the TMC, and we are also being joined by Priyanka Tibrewal, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Thank you so much to both of you for speaking to us. Mr. Riju Datta, you've seen this video. I mean, anything of this nature in any civilized country should not only be condemned, but the strictest punishment should be given to the person so that it sets an example. Your opponents, BJP and the left parties, have identified the accused. The police is saying that they are still looking for him, sir.
Look, I'll say it very straightforward. What the opposition is saying is immaterial because they are politically bankrupt. They will say whatever they want to fancy. But with this incident, I am saying this on record. It is a heinous crime. The Trinamool Congress do not want to know who he is. What is his political affiliation? What caste, creed or color or religion he belongs to? Whoever is this guy, whether he has any affiliation with any political party, whether he is a neta, whether he is a karyakarta, immaterial. The police is looking for him. The administration is extremely angry, and the strictest arm of the law will be meted out to him. He will not be spared, and he will be made an example as soon as he gets caught, because I believe, as per police reports, he is running around trying to find some shelter, but his days are numbered. The strictest arm of the law will be meted out to him, and he will not.
Mr. Datta, I have a couple of questions, more questions to you. But before I do that, let me bring in Priyanka Tibrewal for a reaction from her on this. Mr. Tibrewal, you heard what Mr. Datta is saying. It doesn't matter whether he belongs from the TMC or not. The police and the law will take its course. They are looking for this man, and strictest punishment will be meted out, is what the TMC claims.
We're extremely happy with the stand which Mr. Datta is saying. That is the stand of the party as well. Then it is extremely a good situation, because, you know, people who are getting this kind of audacity to do crime like this openly, they actually know that nobody will do anything wrong with them, and they are open to do whatever they please. Now, Mr. Datta, before starting, he also said that opposition is bankrupt. So, sir, we may be bankrupt, but since you guys are politically sound, we don't expect this kind of behavior from anybody, whether it is a karyakarta of your party or a TMC neta, for that matter. See, this has become a daily affair in Bengal, because violence is the new normal in Bengal. Not just this, this is the incident which has just come in front of the eyes. Only 3 days back, we had seen that a karyakarta of BJP, a Muslim woman, was stripped naked on the street. What has the TMC done regarding that, you know? What has the police done regarding that? They have arrested her own people from her house.
Okay.
Now I am fighting the case for that woman, and she told me that the police has arrested my relatives, although this was not a family dispute.
Okay.
And it is the TMC karyakartas who beat me, who stripped me, but none of them are arrested.
Mr. Datta, let me bring you in at this moment. The fact remains, you're right. And I'm glad that you said that the strictest punishment will be meted out to this man. It doesn't matter where and which party he belongs to. The fact is, sir, that there is a certain sense of impunity. There is a certain sense of fearlessness, especially with people related or, on whatever smallest level as far as the TMC is concerned. Is there a sense, within the government that these people feel that they can get away with such crimes, and that is why we see these videos surfacing, sir?
I'll give you some specific examples rather than what about. A couple of days ago, Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of the state, as well as our party chairperson, started a movement where illegal encroachment on government land, whoever has done it, will be thrown out. You know who's the first person who got arrested? A Trinamool Congress block president. There has been several cases in the past, and Priyanka ji is a lawyer. There have been several cases in the past where Trinamool has arrested his own people, and they have not been spared. This is a state where Mamata Banerjee does not even spare her party members or leaders if they are involved in any criminal activity. Sandesh Khali, how big a subject it was for the national media during the Lok Sabha polls? The results came out on 4th of June. Is there any noise from Sandesh Khali? Now it is everybody understood that it was a concocted story. So
okay.
My humble point is this. Anybody who does a heinous crime like what we have seen in this video, again I am saying, in Mamata Banerjee's Bengal, irrespective of what his political affiliation is, what his caste, creed, color or religion is, he will face the strictest.
I get that, Mr. Datta, but answer me this, sir. You're right. The police, there is one aspect, the legal aspect, where if somebody has done some crime and this is a heinous crime, he will be picked up by the police and then the law will take its own course. But what about this entire, it seems to be some sort of a nature, this seems to be some sort of a second skin where time and again we see these videos and then people from a political party, many times from the ruling political party, are seen indulging in this kind of acts. Is there a systematic problem in the way the people within the party are taking the law in their own hands? They are thinking that they are above law.
as per the NCRB data, Calcutta is the safest city 3 years in a row, and Bengal is one of the safest states in this country. Have we not seen such horrific incidents in the country's capital in Delhi? Have we not seen this in Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh and other places where people have been seeing, BJP netas have been seeing, pissing on Dalit youth? We have seen atrocities committed.
Okay.
Unfortunately, in a civilized society also, there are some goons, some criminals who get involved in these sort of criminal activities.
Okay.
But the point of the matter is whether the administration and the ruling party is taking a stand, whether they are facing the law or not. And
Okay.
in Bengal, they will face the law and they will not be spared no matter who they
Okay,
are.
let me get a reaction from Mr. Dwivedi on this, ma'am. As Mr. Datta is saying, that don't try and paint this as a Bengal-specific problem. This whole, criminalization or the violence as far as politics is concerned. We have seen many such examples from other states as well. Is his point?
See, it is Mamata Banerjee, who also happens to be the police minister in the state. She has nurtured goons in West Bengal, and I'll tell you this why. Because Mr. Datta was just saying that, now there is no noise about Sandesh Kali. Absolutely not. The matter is there before the court. It has been handed over to the CBI. A report has been filed by the CBI where they have said that this kind of crime did take place, and the matter is under a further investigation. Not just that, there is a camp which is set up at Sandesh Kali, and more complaints are being taken in that camp by the CBI officers. So when he was saying that, it was
Right.
a cock story, so it wasn't, that were the facts which have come up before the court. So once again, I will say that during that time, Mamata Banerjee was on the denial.
Okay,
And she said
but-
that Sheikh Shah Jahan is a good boy. So why is the good
Okay.
boy behind bars?
Okay, but
that is
Mr.
what I'm
Datta,
saying, that these
like
kinds
you
of
said
fools are
that
not
you
just
don't want to
Mamata
get
Banerjee.
into whataboutery, sir. In conclusion, let me ask you this. Whether it is Sandesh Kali or this incident, and I can go on and count you many others as well from West Bengal, there have been people, leaders, activists, some block level members of the TMC. Isn't that something that the party leader should worry about? That there are people belonging to the party are indulging in such heinous crimes?
Look, our party has grown. We are the number one party in Bengal. We have lakhs and lakhs and lakhs of karyakartas all over the state. Putting a CCTV camera behind anyone is not possible. If somebody who's a part of Trinamool Congress or who says I am a Trinamool Congress supporter, if he goes and commits a heinous crime, no, he will not be spared. But whether he will commit a crime or not, how is it humanly possible to control and put a CCTV behind anybody? Let's be practical. Let's not be biased and get into political whataboutery and mudslinging.
What's your response to what Mr. Amit Malviya said about this being, part of Sharia law being in fact implemented in West Bengal?
You know what? To be very honest with you, I can't care less about what Amit Malviya says. Who is he? Is he an elected representative? Is he an MP? Is he a minister? Is he the BJP state president? Who is he? Why should I glorify him with an answer? He should first answer why he recruited 3 boys into the IT cell who were convicted of committing rape in BH.
Okay.
So let's not get into all that. The bottom
Okay.
line is whoever this person is, whatever he has done is a heinous crime.
Okay.
The police are
I'll
looking
leave
for
it there.
him. He's absconding and he will be arrested.
I will leave it there. I'm completely out of time on this. Thank you so much, Mr. Dwivedi, Mr. Datta, for speaking to us. We will keep a very close eye on this story. This kind of behavior, no matter which state of this country, cannot be condoned, and strictest arm of the law should come down on this man who, in fact, thinks that he is above law and can indulge in this kind of an activity. With that, we are slipping into a short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
So basically, अगर आप Android यूज करते हैं या iPhone यूज करते हैं, doesn't matter, आपको दोनों ही ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम्स में बहुत इजी ऑप्शन मिल जाता है जहां पे यू कैन गो टू द सेटिंग्स एंड वहां से यू कैन म्यूट योर अननोन नंबर्स, या Android में यू कैन ब्लॉक कॉल्स फ्रॉम अननोन नंबर्स. तो अगर कोई अननोन नंबर जो आपकी कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट में नहीं है ट्राइज टू कॉल यू, फोन वोंट रिंग, आप थोड़ा सा सुकून एंजॉय कर पाएंगे. फॉर अ फैक्ट आप ये काम WhatsApp पे भी कर सकते हैं. यू कैन म्यूट ऑल योर कॉल्स कमिंग फ्रॉम अननोन नंबर्स. ये बहुत अच्छा तो है ही, बट आई वुड से इट्स ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू अवॉइड दीज स्कैम कॉल्स, बिकॉज समटाइम्स इट्स जस्ट अ नॉर्मल स्पैम, बट समटाइम्स it's scammers calling you, approaching you, just trying to take some money out of pocket. तो उससे बचने के लिए भी it's a nice way for us to avoid any unknown numbers. जैसे मैंने just अभी किया, मतलब I'll turn on the setting. You can do it too. It's a nice tip. Please share with all your friends.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility.
Welcome back. Now, the Marksheet scam at the Guwahati University has been unearthed, and 8 people have been arrested in this, in fact, scam. The scam came to light during the investigation of the discrepancies in the original mark sheets of a student from Ganeshal Chaudhary College at the Barpeta Road, which is affiliated to the Guwahati University. Now, state CID is, in fact, widening the scope of the investigation. The developments came amid the outrage over the NEET UG paper leak case, leading to arrest in several states. The scam came to light during the investigation of the discrepancies of some original mark sheets, and now, in fact, a wider investigation is taking place. My colleague Ravindra Chaudhary with more details.
What we can share with our viewers is that this case was first registered by this college at the Barpeta Road police station. This is located at Barpeta Road, where the college found that one student, Azizul Haq, his mark sheet marks are inflated as compared to the marks which were allocated to him by the invigilators. So when the basically the college compared the mark sheet which was given to him by the university and to the sheet that was prepared by the invigilators, they found out that the marks were inflated. When Barpeta Road police took this case, they started investigating into it about a week or 10 days back. Slowly, they got to know that the student had paid up about 10,000 rupees to somebody, a middleman, for getting this mark sheet inflated. On further investigation, with the help of Assam CID, now there are 8 people who have been arrested so far. In fact, 9 people detained, but out of them, 8 people have been arrested, including one person named K. Krishnamurthy, who is the head of the ITI Limited, which has signed a MOU with the Guwahati University. So ITI Limited, which is a Government of India undertaking, has basically maintains this integrated database for the Guwahati University. So therefore, now there have been several arrests in different parts of the state in the last 2 to 3 days. Now, what we are gathering from the CID sources is that given the fact that this is regarding the integrated system, integrated database of the Guwahati University. So therefore, there are always chances that there might be more people involved in this. So they are widening the, investigation.
Now, in a fresh order, the government steps up the process of separating civilian areas from military ones. Property rights over all assets in 30 military cantonments will be shifted to the state municipality.
The property rights over all assets meant for providing civic amenities must be transferred to state municipalities free of cost. Assets and liabilities of cantonment boards will also be transferred. Some civilian land may be retained by the military on a case-by-case basis for the protection of military stations. But why is this being done? There's been a sense in the government that cantonments are a part of an archaic colonial legacy and citizens were unable to access state government welfare schemes. There were 56 cantonments when India became independent. 6 more were notified post-independence, bringing the total to 62. The Defence Ministry owns nearly 1.8 lakh acres, making it the largest landowner in the country. Approximately 1.61 lakh acres are held by cantonment boards within the 62 notified cantonments. Till now, all civil and municipal affairs were being handled by military cantonment boards. This will now change. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
All right, that's all the time that we have in this edition. News and update will continue on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Moving next, because हम gadgets की बात कर ही रहे हैं, let's just go back to the most commonly used gadget that we all have in our pockets, the smartphone. और अगर हम इसको analyze करें, तो आपको लगता होगा this is just a device to play games, watch some content, या phone पे बात कर लो, या text कर लो. But you know what? There's a lot happening behind the scenes because this small little device is packed with multiple sensors. हो सकता है आपने सुना होगा about accelerometer या gyroscope कि कैसे ये sensors काम करते हैं. जब आप अपनी गैलरी में किसी फोटो देखते जब फोन को रोटेट करते हैं तो फोटो रोटेट हो जाती है all thanks to accelerometer. या फिर जैसे आप जब गेम्स खेलते हैं तो how you can use some gestures all thanks to gyroscope. But इसके अलावा in a standard smartphone, normally we have from 15 to 20 different kinds of sensors working round the clock to make sure कि जो आपका experience है वो बहुत अच्छा हो जाए. I'll give you a few examples. For example, we have the proximity sensor. ये सेंसर स्क्रीन के ऊपर यहाँ लगा होता है एंड बेसिकली द आइडिया इज टू डिटेक्ट कि क्या आपका फोन आपके चेहरे के पास है या नहीं है. सो व्हेन यू पिक अप अ कॉल एंड पुट द फोन नेक्स्ट टू योर फेस, द स्क्रीन गोज डार्क. या फिर जब आपका फोन पॉकेट में होता है द स्क्रीन गोज ऑफ एंड बैटरी कंज्यूम नहीं होती है. सेकेंड सेंसर इज द एम्बिएंट लाइट सेंसर, जो कि आपके फोन में ऑटो ब्राइटनेस के लिए काम करता है बिकॉज इट एनालाइजेज व्हाट्स द एम्बिएंट लाइट इज एंड उसके अकॉर्डिंग आपके स्क्रीन की ब्राइटनेस को एडजस्ट करता है. नेक्स्ट वी हैव अ बैरोमीटर. आपको लग रहा होगा बैरोमीटर का फोन में क्या काम है. यू नो व्हाट, इट्स ऑल फॉर द एल्टीट्यूड एंड ये हेल्प करता है पेयर्ड विद जीपीएस टू गिव यू अ बेटर एक्यूरेसी एंड बेसिकली वेदर एनालिसिस के लिए भी.
The arrival of monsoon across India is a huge relief both from heat and water shortages. But this is exactly what makes us negligent. We forget how cities like Bengaluru and Delhi have suffered acute water shortages this summer. How Delhi Water Minister Ati was hospitalized due to hunger strike demanding that Haryana releases the additional water owed to Delhi. But Haryana too is struggling with water shortages and water mafia has made life difficult for residents of Dwarka Expressway. We won't remember very soon anymore that Moody's, a leading global credit rating agency, has warned India's sovereign credit strength could be impacted with water shortages because it affects agriculture and industry. India's perception as a place to invest in and do business will suffer. 2024 has been the hottest year ever recorded globally and in India as well. And this precious source of life, water, is going to get harder with each passing year. In fact, in 2018, Niti Aayog raised a red-hot alarm saying India is suffering from the worst water crisis in its history. 8 years later, the water shortage situation is even more out of control. Yet the political response, the response of urban water regulators and citizens' own commitment to conserving water, recycling it, recharging water remains deeply disappointing. Anyhow, enough of the problem. Are there solutions? Yes, there are. Plenty. Today on the Urban Agenda, we bring you face-to-face with tech and AI-based solution providers and startups who are working on tracking water usage, water recycling, and even capturing water from air. Swapnil Srivastava, CEO and co-founder Uru Labs, joins us. Nikhilesh Kumar, CEO of Climate Tech at Vasa Labs, is with us, and also Amrit Nayak, co-founder and CEO Indra Water. And all three are doing very interesting and different sort of technologies. Let's start with Vasa Labs. Nikhilesh is with us. Vasa is a technology company that focuses on providing data-driven solutions for water management. Niklesh, just break it down for us. What are these management solutions and how do they really help in avoiding water wastage and how do they conserve water?
So what we are doing is we are providing real-time information on water availability, water budgeting, to identify where the surplus water is, estimate the flood water, and precise points where we can conserve it, how we can recharge the groundwater, what is the current situation of groundwater in every city, every region, every river basin, and at a country and state scale. Now, water is a subject of state, so every state needs to know what is the total water they have and what's the water allocated across different sectors. So we help in monitoring, we help in doing a real-time assessment across the hydrological life cycle, across the different demands, across different sectors, and how they can plan in terms of mitigating any risk, any adverse situations like water shortage, but also on knowing the disasters of floods and managing overall water distribution, water storage, and water transmission. So that's the nutshell.
And does the technology also help you detect water leakages in, let's say, a municipal corporation pipe?
Yes. So within a city distribution systems, right from source monitoring to treatment plant to individual houses, we help in tracking the water as it goes to thousands of houses and as it flows into the pipes and treatment plants where the water is. We do water audit across the network to understand where water is leaking, where are the NRW, where are the losses, and how you can minimize them.
All right. Okay, I'll come back to you on how widely is this getting deployed and what can you do for Delhi because, or a city like Bengaluru. Amrit, let me come to you. Indra Water, very well-known company, develops advanced water treatment to recycle and reuse water, which is, again, such a big thing. I mean, something like an RO in a day for a family of 6 people is 3 buckets of water wasted. Give me a sense of first the technology, and if I give you, let's say, 100 family residential colony, tell me what can you do?
No, thank you so much. Indra basically treats water at the point of source using electricity. That's where we really differ from others. Because we use electricity, we can break down some of the most difficult pollutants. And I mean, it can range from heavy metals, pathogens, oil and grease, or even nutrients in water, which are toxic to human beings. When we break down these different pollutants, we do it in seconds, unlike conventional solutions, which requires hours or days to treat water. Hence, today we're able to build these plug-and-play solutions, put it into every building, and ensure that water gets reused at the point of source. We're able to recover up to 99% of the water without rejecting anything. And all this while having a 74% carbon offset. So that's actually contributing to cleaning up everything. For let's say a 100 family thing where we have 300 residents, I think we should be able to treat a lot of water and offset 80% of their daily water demand for non-potable use applications, which means they could do their flushing, their gardening, floor washing, car washing, all of these activities. And then higher quality water could be provided for the remaining 20% at a much lower cost. We should be talking about at least 30% cost savings and more importantly, 80% offset of freshwater demand. So that can be very impactful. What I would say is that today Indra is able to recycle black water, grey water, and industrial effluents to the most advanced NGT norms, meet norms even in Singapore's PUB, or meet Australia's advanced norms. So technically, we understand that a lot of buildings do not have segregation of water. It's pretty difficult to build pipelines all across. Right. So Indra is taking the water as it comes and cleans it to desired standards.
And how large is the unit? Is it compact enough to be deployed by residential projects across India?
Yes, it's very, very compact. In fact, I would want to say that we would occupy just 50 to 60 square feet of space for the 100 families you just mentioned. All and right. I think that's something which everybody can give.
Okay, so that's what Indra does. Let me now come to Uru Labs. They specialize in atmospheric water generation. That is, they capture water vapor from air and condense it into clean drinking water. Swapnil Srivastav, it's what is the technology? And my most important question to you is, as the temperatures rise in dry places, will it still work? Will you still be able to capture?
Sure. So first of all, thank you so much. Just to give you a glimpse of the technology, we don't do like a very basic condensation process, which is very prevalent in many products out there. What we essentially do is we use a material which is a salt solution, and this absorbs moisture from the air. And over time, the salt solution will increase in volume. Post that, we apply heat energy at about 60 degrees Celsius, which can come from a variety of renewable energy sources like solar. And we can even use waste heat from industries to power the device. And upon applying this heat, all the water vapor which was earlier absorbed gets released almost in a steam-like form, which we then collect as high-quality fresh water. Now, the advantage of this process is that depending on the relative humidity of the place, so say you go from a coastal area to a drier area, we can change the amount of desiccant or the liquid salt solution we use to give you the same output of water. So regardless of drier areas, you can still get a reliable source of water where there's no wastage, as well as you get almost like high quality ultra pure water, which either you can use for drinking purposes after adding essential minerals, or you can directly use this for industrial purposes.
Do you think that these are at a price point that residential colonies can adopt, or do you think this is something that only commercial establishments and maybe government, if it decides to, can adopt?
Sure. We have been on a journey of reducing this cost curve. We started around 4 years back when we were at 6 to 7 rupees per liter. Now we have brought it down to 2 to 3 rupees per liter. But the idea is to scale it to a price point where it's below 80 paise to 60 paise per liter. So once you hit that price point, what happens is a lot of applications open. So while today we are looking more at the hospitality sector and working with hotels, restaurants in Bangalore, and helping them save almost 1 million liters of water in the past 10 months. The idea is to then eventually scale it and lower the cost so that it can be widely used and made affordable for a lot of applications.
All right, Nikhilesh, I'm giving you New Delhi. First of all, it has your technology, which is AI, IoT based, geospatial survey based, where you can map out a city's entire water network and then drive efficiencies. My question is, have cities like New Delhi and Mumbai, let's say Bengaluru, adopted your technology? Do you have any successes there?
So, not to New Delhi, so we're not working with New Delhi. Majority of the city, I think it's not a problem of New Delhi or a name city. All the urban city would eventually fall into this crisis for some short period of time over the entire year. And one of the very critical component or part of the story of this crisis is groundwater. So just to give you some stats, Delhi, or rather you take Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, 50% of their region is already in an overexploited situation with respect to groundwater. So let me just explain what overexploited mean. It means the amount of water that goes into the groundwater and the amount of water that we extract. So we are extracting more than what is going in.
Very well known fact. Yes.
And over the year, it is going to touch depletion point. And where does the solution lies is, I would say, in a threefold mode. Very similar to taking a science and data approach. Technology needs to be brought in to drive, first reduce. So how can we reduce the losses? How can we reduce the demand, especially during the peak crisis situation? So there is a demand peak up, but how can you reduce it? And then the other area that we can impact is, how do we recharge? So how do we recharge, conserve the flood water or storm water or the reuse component of the water and still recharge the groundwater, which actually can come handy during such a period. You don't need to depend on other areas, but groundwater is right below you, which can be used during the crisis. Also the reuse component. So how do we identify what component of grey water, even sewage, can be reused back into the system and drive? To do this, more detailed mapping of all the water cycle is required, and you need to have a system where you can make these decisions.
And you do
So we
have
have
that.
done
You provide that system. All right, Nikhilesh, how wide is the adoption? You said Jal Shakti you're working with, Hyderabad you're working with. We'll come back and ask you, what else do you need to crack? How many more people need to adopt the technology or technologies such as yours? Stay with us. We will keep this important conversation going on the other side of the break.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ये आया भाग पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Rivers are polluted, groundwater levels are depleting, traditional water harvesting, rain catchment zones are lost to construction, and water bodies like lakes are disappearing. Bottom line, water is one of the biggest challenges globally and in India, and cities going dry is only likely to get worse if we don't wake up. So today we are focusing on solution providers who are solving for water. Amrit Om Nayak. Recycling water, there is a lot which can be done globally. It is getting done, and like you said, that you can, it's not just grey water, you have the technology to even recycle and make potable black water. So here's my question to you. How wide has the adoption been in between government, commercial institutions, or let's say industry, and residential of Indra's technology?
I think Indra's technology is pretty powerful in breaking some of the toughest pollutants. So we started with industries because you have a very high concentration of pollutants going into the freshwater bodies there. And I think we have treated over 1.5 billion liters of water. And I mean industrial wastewater there, where we have managed to reduce about 8,000 tons of solid waste or sludge with our technology. We have reduced 5,000 tons of chemicals from being used in wastewater, which are generally harmful, and also offset 1,300 tons of greenhouse gas emissions. When it comes to government, Indra has taken a cautious approach, and we want to slowly scale up our engagement with them step by step. With commercial and residential societies, we've been focusing on the commercial establishments more, which means hotels or software parks, IT parks, malls, retail outlets. Now, these are places where we're able to create a massive impact. There is a lot of variation in the kind of water seen, so our technology, being electrical, can very quickly adapt to these changes, and that allows us to treat this water very effectively. So over a period of time, we are starting to roll out paper litter models for sewage treatment, which will allow people to, just pay for the service of clean water and the amount of water that they actually use at the facilities.
What are the barriers of expansion? Is it your own, ability to produce the recycling units, or the price point, or do you think people just need to know more about it?
I think it's a mix of all. Of course, as a growing company, we are trying to produce more. We're trying to increase our capacity in terms of execution, customer support. So those factors do come in. But more importantly, it's about awareness and the right price for water that has to be paid. In fact, in India, water is charged volumetrically, which actually does not incentivize somebody who is generating large volumes of water with lower pollutant load to actually treat it. Whereas people should be charged on the basis of pollutant concentration and the volume of water that they're actually releasing as wastewater. And this disparity results in a slower adoption rate in general. We are, however, seeing this whole trend change a lot. We're seeing adoptions really skyrocket because water scarcity, change in availability of fresh water, and more importantly, the difficulty in treating the new evolving pollutants with existing technologies. All of these are driving adoption rates with our technology.
All right. Okay, let's close this discussion with Swapnil. Uru, what are the plans of expansion? Are there any barriers, policy level, in terms of adoption, or do you think that is your own ability to be able to produce the machine per se which captures moisture?
Sure. So in Bangalore today, we have already scaled it to 4,000 liters per day. And we have a facility where we are capturing this and then distributing this water to a lot of our customers, where we have onboarded almost 45 plus customers in Bangalore. The plan from here is to expand to other cities and geographies where we can similarly establish, units, I think, which can make anywhere from 10,000 liters to 50,000 liters per day. And the impact, how we measure is it's a bit indirect. Because for every liter of water we produce, we are almost saving 2.5 to 3 liters of groundwater, which otherwise would have got extracted and utilized for many other purposes. So that's the indirect impact, that because of our solution, we are saving a lot of groundwater, which can then be left to nurture overall.
All right.
So I think the expansion plan will depend again on ability to scale and also reduce costs so that wider applications open up. So it's going to be a journey over.
All right. So it's your own challenges to solve for, and we hope you can do that. Final question from Nikhilesh, because you've got the widest technology which can be adopted and is already getting adopted by cities like Hyderabad. How quick, it is IoT AI based, so you can very rapidly scale. Do you see any barriers at the policy level in adoption?
I would just like to add that we are already over the last 10 years working with 8 states, and 8 states are using our solution. So our solution would be at a state scale, then at a city scale, then river basin scales. So on a state level, we are working with 8 states, 4 solutions are at a country level. And then at a city scale, we are working with 8 cities in Karnataka right now. And from an adoption point of view, I would say awareness is something that definitely is required, that such solutions are there. More often, there is a need to implement. They would like to implement, but awareness lacks.
I'm going to have to conclude there, but thank you very much for sharing your technology with us. And we just need you all to scale up faster so that we do not stare at a water scarce country. Thank you so much, Amrit, Swapnil and Nikhilesh, for joining me. An overhaul of our water governance structure and regulatory structure may help deployment of tech solutions faster. And of course, the tech startups themselves need to get maybe lot more funding to be able to scale up. I'm going to conclude by reminding all of us, India is home to 18% of the world's population. It's also growing, but we only have 4% of the world's freshwater resources. So every drop should matter in your apartment, in your office, in your colony. Capturing rainwater during monsoons, is that happening? Ask that question, and if not, make it happen. Goodbye, and thanks so much for watching.
Back to you with full details on all your questions. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. You know, it's very easy, it's very convenient, and अगर आपके पास में दो अलग-अलग phones हैं, essentially I carry two phones और मैं यही करता हूँ, so that quite a lifesaver I would say कि अगर एक phone की battery भी low हो जाए, still that WhatsApp won't turn off. See, it all depends on what exactly you want. If you want a full-fledged Windows machine which gives you this convertible kind of an experience, Surface Pro is a good iPhone.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है.
8 people have been arrested in this, in fact, scam. The scam came to light during the investigation of the discrepancies in the original mark sheets of a student from Ganesh Lal Chaudhary College at the Barpeta Road, which is affiliated to the Guwahati University.
Barpeta Road, where the college found that one student, Azizul Haq, his mark sheet marks are inflated as compared to the marks which were allocated to him by the invigilator. So when the basically the college compared the mark sheet which was given to him by the university and to the sheet that was prepared by who is the head of the ITI Limited, which has signed a MOU with the Guwahati University. So ITI Limited, which is a Government of India undertaking, has basically maintains this integrated database for the Guwahati University. So therefore, now there have been several arrests in different parts of the state in the last 2 to.
The property rights over all assets meant for providing civic amenities must be transferred to state municipalities free of cost. Assets and liabilities of cantonment boards will also be transferred. Some civilian land may be retained by the military on a case-by-case basis for the protection of military stations. But why is this being done? There's been a sense in the government that cantonments are a part of an archaic colonial legacy and citizens were unable to access state government welfare schemes. There were 56 cantonments when India became independent. 6 more were...
Continue on NDTV. Stay tuned.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है. आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है.
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो.
पैसाबाजार.com.
NDTV proud.
Go back to the most commonly used gadget.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our special focus at this hour. Where are the COAT results? Well, close to 9 lakh deadline to release the answer key. We'll get you all the latest on that, but first up, the headlines. The National Testing Agency fails to meet the deadline for the COAT answer key. The COAT results have been delayed. Students left in the lurch. A season of goodbyes. Ravindra Jadea announces assault on a man and a woman. The BJP and the Left say the accused is linked to a local TMC neta. The TMC denies the charges. A Marksheet scam has been unearthed at the Guwahati University. 9 people have been arrested after the Assam police and the state CID took over the probe. As sources is that the answer key is likely to be released in the next 3 or 4 days. The National Testing Agency, in fact, sources within the testing body say that the delay is because the testing agency is aiming to students who appeared for COET are left in the lurch. Remember, this is a key undergraduate examination for various government universities across the country. What does it really mean? Why is the government taking so? Key was supposed to be released today, but that has not happened. Sources indicate that it's going to take another week perhaps for the National Testing Agency to release.
That they have done anything so, but we definitely see that they have not released the answer key, which was expected in, first of all, in the first week of June itself. But now on 30th June, June is basically ending today, And we have students waiting. It's really aggravating.
It is indeed very frustrating, as you're pointing out, Madhu. Confusion and chaos because of the delay in the results.
Yes, sir, exactly. I totally agree with you. And in fact, with the hue and cry which has been created due to examinations, not only just CUET, UG, but also UGC NET, NEET examination, there has been a sense of disconnect which the students feel, that they do not get that surety from the side of the bodies, their trust, their belief has been shaken immensely due to the mismanagement that has been happening over the past year. Huge hue and cry between the youth, between the people and the future.
That's very well put, Yashi. And as you said, that past year or so, even last year, we saw multiple irregularities and discrepancies as far as the CUET exam was concerned. Even this year, the delays sort of continue indefinitely almost. What is really the solution?
Of course, maintain their integrity, and is that this has come about even despite the country having a national curricular framework for a very long time. So that was the effort at standardization. But still, it's better to have a verified result than to rush into something which will go into a spin again. The second point is that you have a two-step process in declaring this result. They do, as you said, declare an answer key, and then students and curriculum makers have a chance of responding to settle some of are all over the country, but are limited in number. So, so you will have people competing for this, which will be for liberal arts, for science, for etc. And it's not such a high stake. And I think at this point, I would advise that it's better to be patient for 3-4 days if that's what NTA has announced.
That's an important point you're making, that release an error-free answer key, which is why the delay. But Madhulika, what would be your response to what Vrinda ma'am is saying, that, you know, this is something that that one needs to be patient about. There has been a delay for sure, but rather than, you know, a situation where you have the testing agency cancelling the whole process or coming out with multiple answer keys, it's better that the testing agency perhaps takes some more time and releases an error-free answer key. So, you know, Vrinda ma'am seems to suggest that this is the time to be patient.
Yes, exactly. I agree with that this is the time to be patient, but we have already been waiting for this answer key. And in fact, the conditions in which the exam had already been conducted is also very questionable in the first place. So even if the answer key is in fact correct, we did not even have facilities to report if we had in fact got some problem with the environment, right?
So those are important points I'm making, because we saw similar sort of, you know, irregularities, if one may call that, during the NEET examination as well. In fact, the time loss was a hugely contentious issue. It was only after that those grace marks were awarded, and then finally a re-examination. But the last word to you, Yashi.
First, beginning with the first part of your question, wherein I would also like to reaffirm on what Madhulika just said, that there have been a lot of problems, and not just problems of management which are being faced. The problem that in such scorching heat, the centers that are going are not according to the preference at all. They are extremely far away from places. They do not have basic facilities, and there are 2-hour waiting line. There is a 2 to 3 hours waiting line where students need to stand in those. Even before the examination, the admit cards are being launched a night before, even a night before the examination, even in which it is also mentioned that the center might change. So seeing all these things in record, putting all these things into consideration, it is really difficult for students to maintain that trust, to believe that trust. Still there is a sense of balance, there's a sense of hope, because NTA is not a new agency. It has been conducting examinations for years, and we do have that faith. But what the body needs to understand is they have to consider this put this into account, that we are students after. These faith starts to shake off.
Absolutely.
And it can only be rebuilt because we expect a fair result.
Absolutely. That's very well said, Yashi, again, that, you know, NTA is not a new agency, though a relatively new agency. But Vrinda Swarup, last 30 seconds to you. How do we sort of reinstate that faith in the testing agency?
I think they can look at how to conduct this exam in a less pressure cooker atmosphere, because these are exams for a limited number of seats.
Absolutely.
And you don't have to put so much pressure. And as it is, they have faced a board exam and they're quite stressed.
Yes. Thanks all very much for joining us. I'm afraid I'll have to leave it at that. We're running out of time, but thanks so much for joining us with those very important voices there, with a very important perspective. So the CUET result also delayed, this amid mounting protests over the entire NEET-NET controversy. But moving now to news from the national capital, well, the three-member panel of the Delhi government has now summoned top DDA and Delhi government officials over the entire tree felling issue. Now remember, over 1,100 trees were cut at the ridge area without the Supreme Court's permission. In fact, the Supreme Court had denied permission for the felling of trees as far as this particular area is concerned. And the Supreme Court, in fact, came down heavily on the Delhi Development Authority as well as the Delhi government officials. And a three-member panel, in fact, was also formed. A three-minister panel, in fact, was formed by the Delhi government, and they have now summoned the top officials of the Delhi government and the Delhi Development Authority. And Sharat Sharma, our senior colleague, is in fact joining us live on the phone line now. तो शरद, आपने जैसे कि ग्राउंड पर भी रिपोर्ट किया था कि ये सारे जो पेड़ थे वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के कहीं ना कहीं आदेश के बिना ही काट दिए गए, और अब दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट ने इस पर एक पैनल बनाया है, एक फैक्ट फाइंडिंग कमेटी बनाई है, टॉप गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स को भी समन किया गया है,
उनको कंटेम्प्ट नोटिस इशू हुआ है, और जो दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट के एनवायरमेंट डिपार्टमेंट के प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी हैं उनको कंटेम्प्ट नोटिस इशू हुआ है, और दिल्ली सरकार को भी एक एफिडेविट देने के लिए कहा गया है कि वो बताए कि इस पूरे मामले पर उसका क्या पक्ष है। तो उसी के लिए, क्योंकि हलफनामा देना है, एफिडेविट देना है सुप्रीम कोर्ट में 11 जुलाई तक, 12 जुलाई को सुनवाई होगी, तो उसी लिए एक फैक्ट फाइंडिंग कमेटी बनाई गई है। 3 मिनिस्टर इसमें हैं, सौरभ भारद्वाज हैं, आतिशी हैं, इमरान हुसैन हैं। तो उसी कमेटी ने अब सौरभ भारद्वाज ने नोटिस भेजकर जो डीडीए के बीसी हैं जिनको कंटेम्प्ट नोटिस भी इशू हुआ है, और जो प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी हैं एनवायरमेंट डिपार्टमेंट के, उनको भी कल बुलाया गया। साथ में डीसीपी और जो उस इलाके के थाने के एसएचओ हैं, इन सबको कल पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया गया है। इनसे पूछताछ होगी, और उसके बाद जो दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट है वो उनको एफिडेविट सुप्रीम कोर्ट में रखना है। तो इसलिए पॉलिटिक्स जरूर हम कह सकते हैं, लेकिन क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का भी आदेश
फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth.
Invested in this particular case, and it's the state CID which is now probing this entire case. Ratndeep Chaudhary is joining us live now. So Ratndeep, 9 people have been arrested, but break it down for us. What exactly is this particular scam? How did it come to light?
Well, this scam actually came to light a fortnight back when a college in Barpeta Road, which is in Barpeta district, they lodged a police complaint saying that they have recovered one of their, they have doubts. Complaint was lodged, and based on this complaint, initially Barpeta Road Police Station started the investigation. And since it involved the Guwahati University, which is one of the most prestigious university in Assam, one of the oldest as well. So therefore, Assam CID was roped in. And in the past 3 days, there have been a series of success that the cops have got in the arrest of 9 people, including what the Assam CID claims to be the kingpin in this scam. K. Krishnamurti, this person actually works with Limited, which was outsourced by the Guwahati University. ITI Limited is a Government of India undertaking company for maintaining the integrated digital database of the Guwahati University. And it is a very important database. So this company, basically, they have been entrusted with the job of, the data entry and maintenance of the database. And it seems that since they had the login into the main database, they had, or some people involved in that had changed the marks of this particular student by taking bribe, by taking money. So now Assam CID is expanding the, the investigation to
now investigating the case. And moving to more news now, well, the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, or TISS, has retracted its notice to terminate the contracts of 115 staff members. This decision followed strong criticism from faculty and the student body. Radhika, in fact, is joining us live on the phone line now. So, Radhika, this was a hugely contentious issue, but what has made TISS retract its notice?
Certainly a hugely contentious issue. Now, the Tata Institute of Social Sciences retracting its notice to terminate contracts of over 100 teaching and non-teaching staff after they faced strong criticism from faculty as well as student body. In fact, it is had dismissed teaching and non-teaching staff because of lack of financial support. A controversy, of course, erupting over the letter of discontinuation of services of 55 faculty members, 60 non-teaching staff across 4 campuses. Now, this obviously snowballed into a political issue, after which this decision was withdrawn. Now, TISS stated that discussions with Tata Education Trust have assured the necessary resources to address the issue. Student body, of course, had criticized this administration, demanding immediate revocation of termination of over 50 staff members and faculty. In fact, they also blame the current TISS leadership for the situation, warning that the mass termination would lead to a scarcity of staff and negatively impact students' future. So there had been ongoing discussions that had happened. Ongoing discussions with the trust have provided assurance that resources will be made available to TISS to resolve this issue. Therefore, the Education Trust committing to release funds for the salaries of project or program faculty and non-teaching staff. So some relief for the staffers there. Earlier, of course, there was notice to terminate the contract, but now that has been revoked.
Radhika, thanks very much for joining us with that update there. And there were huge protests from students, etc. as well when the termination was announced. And now TISS says that the Tata Trust has agreed to fund, fund the retraction and sort of the reinstation of all these teachers. With that, we'll take a short break now. News continues on the other side.
हेलो मोटो।
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आयो भाग पैसाबाजार.com।
Friends, it's time now to move into my personal favorite section, which is called Ask TG, and it's for a reason, क्योंकि आप मुझसे सवाल पूछते हैं and I get back to you with full details on all your questions. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. You know, it's very easy, it's very convenient, and अगर आपके पास में 2 अलग-अलग phones हैं, essentially I carry 2 phones और मैं यही करता हूँ, so that both my WhatsApp accounts are on both the phones, which is very simple. आप केवल, you can utilize the option of linking a device, and if you link another device to your main account, essentially you have same WhatsApp 2 अलग-अलग phones पे. मैं ये करता हूँ so that for example if I'm moving out and I don't want to carry both the phones, अगर मैं एक फ़ोन लेके बाहर जाता हूँ, it still has access to both my WhatsApp accounts. बड़ा easy है, you can use link a device feature, you can add an account, quite easy, quite useful and quite a lifesaver, I would say. कि अगर एक फ़ोन की बैटरी भी लो हो जाए, still that WhatsApp won't turn off. See, it all depends on what exactly you want. If you want a full-fledged Windows machine which gives you this convertible kind of an experience, Surface Pro is a good device. But abhi agar aap 9 lenge, I would say better wait for 10 to be available because वो बहुत जल्दी आने वाला है. So 9 को आए हुए थोड़ा time हो गया है. So better you go with the Surface Pro 10 compared to the 9 right now.
Stay informed.
Hello and welcome to Turning Point. Well, there have been many turning points since last night. Indian team winning their 6th ICC title, also the 2nd T20 World Cup after a close finish against South Africa, and with that marked several departures, several stalwarts left the stage. It was a bittersweet moment for all the fans of Indian cricket who started following the game, loving the likes of Rahul Dravid. He retired as the coach of India. Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma put their hands up in the long list of retirements because they too now have departed from T20 cricket.
Absolutely, Vika. It was indeed a bittersweet moment for Indian cricket fans on Saturday night. On one hand, India lifted an ICC trophy after 11 long years, fulfilling the dreams of over 1 billion people. On the other hand, two stalwarts, like you said, of Indian cricket said goodbye to this particular format. Captain Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli played their last T20I game in that blue jersey. Both of them would have hoped for a happy send-off, and that is what they got, leaving the stage as world champions.
Let's listen into some of the reactions that have come in from the fans following the departure of the greats.
This was my last T20 World Cup, and this is exactly what we wanted to achieve. This is an amazing game. I was telling Rohit today when we went out to bat, I was like, one day you feel like you can't get a run, and then you come out and then things happen. God is great. I bow my head in gratitude. I'm just really grateful I was able to get the job done for the team on the day that it mattered the most.
मैंने सोचा नहीं था कि
It quits. At this moment, we would like to show our viewers as to why or what made Rohit and Kohli, the Roko pair, the unbeatables in international cricket and T20 games.
Modern-day greats Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma bid adieu to their T20 international career on a high by winning the T20 World Cup. Let's take a look at the top 5 best T20I knocks of the duo. At number 5, we have Rohit Sharma's 111 against West Indies in 2018. Known for his exploits against the West Indies, Rohit Sharma's sensational century in the 2nd T20I in 2018 helped India secure a comprehensive 71-run win. His outstanding performance underscored his proficiency against the Caribbean team. At number 4, we have Virat Kohli's defiant 82 versus Pakistan in T20 World Cup 2022 in Melbourne. Facing a daunting challenge against Pakistan in the T20 World Cup, Kohli's innings of 82 not out was a masterclass in composure and aggression. He anchored the innings after an early collapse, guiding India to a thrilling victory with calculated risks and powerful strokes. At number 3, we have Rohit Sharma's 92 runs of 41 balls versus Australia in the Super 8s of the T20 World Cup 2024. Leading from the front, Rohit Sharma's blistering knock of 92 of 41 balls against Australia in the T20 World Cup 2024 showcased his dominance and skill. This innings was instrumental in India's comfortable victory, highlighting his ability to perform under pressure. At number 2, Virat Kohli's match-winning 82 versus Australia at the 2016 T20 World Cup in Mohali. In a crucial T20 World Cup match against Australia, Kohli's unbeaten 82 not-out guided India to victory. He played a pivotal role in chasing down Australia's target of 161, with his aggressive batting turning the game in India's favour. At number 1 comes the best Roko moment when both Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma built a solid partnership of 138 runs versus South Africa on the 2nd of October in 2015. This match showcased a brilliant partnership between Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma after Shikhar Dhawan's early dismissal. Kohli's contribution was crucial as they built a partnership of 138 runs, showcasing their batting prowess against a strong South African side. These innings not only reflect the individual brilliance of Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, but also their ability to perform together in high-pressure situations that led India to a memorable victory. With Sejal Gupta, NDTV Bureau Report.
Well, those were some emotional moments there last evening after India lifted the trophy, the ICC T20I World Cup trophy. Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli saying goodbye to this particular format. What they have achieved over the years in this very format, something that a lot of youngsters would be hoping to achieve one day. In fact, when you look at their records, Rohit Sharma in T20I, 5 centuries as a captain, most number of sixes in this particular format, over 1,000 runs by leading India, most sixes by an Indian in T20I, setting records for other players and for other youngsters to follow. And then you look at what Virat Kohli has done. He has in fact scored over 4,000 runs in international T20Is, 125 T20 internationals, strike rate of over 135, second most runs in T20 internationals, and most number of 50s in T20I cricket. So there are some of these records. It's going to be very, very difficult to break those records. But Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, what are you feeling at this point? Because we have been waiting for Virat Kohli to lift that trophy for a very, very long time, and it is finally here.
Congratulations to everyone in the country, to the congratulations to Indian team, the support staff, the coaches, the select.
Viewers a little bit about what he meant by letting go of his ego as a batter.
No, I mean, what I feel he meant that he had some few failures before this inning and
possesses and the kind of talent that he has had over the years. There was a time when people had a lot of questions over,
and he has adapted all the 3 formats very well.
Rajkumarji, he was a part of the team when India lifted the 2011 World Cup. He was one of the
team that everybody looks at, and he knew his responsibility, his role this time. In 2011, he was a youngster who was very passionate, hardworking, a very talented guy. But by the time 2024, he was a established player. He was a senior pro, and he had a lot of responsibility.
All right. Rajkumarji, the prowess of a cricketer, it's mostly judged on the basis of the skill that he possesses. But a lot of people don't talk about the mental side of the sport and the mental side of the person that Virat Kohli is. How would you rate him as somebody who's mentally so tough and always willing to make a comeback even when he is absolutely written off? That mental toughness, talk to us about the kind of mental toughness that Virat Kohli possesses.
You know, everybody has seen he's a very mentally tough guy, and he has faced a lot of difficult situations. And fortunately for him, very few failures have come in his cricketing career. Once in 2014 against England, then one at COVID time when he was not getting big runs. That was not a failure time, but he was not getting big runs, which was expected out of him. But he he was very sure of himself. He's got a very good head on his shoulder, and he's very strong mentally, I would say, because that is why he has done so well against the tough oppositions. If you see, he has always performed well against Pakistan and Australia, and I mean, he loves challenges, he loves tight situations, and he has always done well against the tough teams. That is his character, and that shows his mental strength.
Rajkumarji, very intrigued, very keen to know what is it that aided Virat Kohli to come to this decision of calling it quits in T20 cricket. Was there a moment? Was there something, some event, incident that led him to believe that this is time and this is the moment that I should move on?
I think he has set a very good example for others, like leaving at the highest point, India winning the World Cup, he's man of the match of the finals. So what else, could be the height of leaving a particular format? I'm sure he would be playing the other two formats for maybe more years, and he felt that this is the time that youngsters should take over, and I really appreciated his decision and backed it also.
And do we see him play the IPL, or this is it?
No, why not? He will play IPL maybe for another so many years.
Rajkumarji, thank you very, very much for joining us on the broadcast and sending our best wishes and many, many congratulations to you at this hour. May you continue to create and craft such disciples as Virat Kohli.
Thank you. Thank you.
In fact, we are also here with our other guests at this time, Abhishek Nair and Ritendra Sodhi, along with Ashok Paji. Gentlemen, I hope you guys partied well because I did, and I'm being forced by Rika to sit here and make sure that we do the show today. So just saying. Abhishek, I want to start with you. When you talk about somebody like Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, what is that legacy that Rohit Sharma, let's talk about Rohit Sharma first. What is that legacy that Rohit Sharma leaves as a player and as a captain for you?
Well, I think as a player, the legacy, it's pretty out there in terms of how he's batted. For me, the positive shift in his mindset towards a batsman to go out and try to dominate, play shots from ball one, be aggressive, change this timid India mindset to an aggressive Indian mindset. I think that is his legacy as a batter. As a captain, I feel the legacy, barring the obvious championship that he's won, is the team is left behind. Because you look at this team and you look at, a Virat Kohli leaving, a Rohit Sharma leaving, but everyone else in that team is a young team that the next skipper is going to inherit. So I feel a great captain's legacy is not about what he's done in his tenure, but it's also about what he's left behind. He's now left behind a Surya Kumar Yadav, a Rishabh Pant, a Hardik Pandya, Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Siraj, Kuldeep Yadav. So you've got the next brass of Indian cricket all ready to take on T20 cricket to another height. And I feel that is the Rohit Sharma legacy, because everyone in that team has been handpicked by Rohit Sharma and Rahul Dravid. So collectively, it's not only what he's achieved, but what he's left behind for the others to take forward.
Ashok ji, let me ask you, who will step into the big shoes of Rohit Sharma now, and who really has the ability to take on the captaincy mantle?
See, these are very big shoes, and it will take them probably 10 years to fill these shoes. Wow. There are a lot of guys who are capable. You talk about Shubman Gill, you talk about Surya Kumar, you talk about Hardik Pandya. These are the guys who were, these were the two legends. Everybody was behind them. They were saving them from any criticism, everything. But now they are in the forefront. Now they will be in the forefront. And they will have to handle the criticism, handle the pressures, handle winning the ICC trophies. So they will have a job cut out. And it's not going to be easy. It's very easy to criticize and very easy to say, oh, he could have done that, he could have done that. But when it comes to you, you have to perform and either perform or perish. Like Yashasvi Jaiswal we talk, Shubman Gill we talk, Rinku Singh we talk about Surya, we talk about Hardik Pandya, we talk about Akshar Patel, then we talk about Arshdeep, who is another guy, Kuldeep Yadav. So we have a great bench strength. But bench strength will try to achieve what these two greats. They have left a great legacy behind.
Ashok ji, I'll just pick up on one point. You said that it'll take about 10 years for this transition to happen. Do you actually think it'll take that long? Because Dhoni to Rohit Sharma, the
healthy system in our BCCI has done wonders, and this is why we achieve all these things and why the 140 million people expect Team India to achieve it.
Absolutely. And Ravindra Paji, talking about Rohit Sharma, he has led India from the front, and we saw that change in approach after the 2022 T20 World Cup. How important was it for somebody like Rohit Sharma to put up his hand and say, look, we need to change?
Indian team में क्या feeling होती है? He never knew that after that all the ears will be belonging to Rohit Sharma. He'll be captaining Team India, winning the World Cup, and I'm just talking about that era and what Rohit has achieved in all these years. It has been phenomenal. And talking about the approach, look, as we have been talking, in his form, he's the most dangerous batsman in the world. For him, there's no good ball. If he's in form, every ball will be punished for 4 or 6. And he had only, one way of playing, that is attacking mode. But again, surprisingly, whenever chips were down, we could see Rohit adapting to that situation, playing that sheet anchor role. And that is what Rohit Sharma is all about. And yes, we are going to miss both of them. And look, their batting was all about timing. And similarly, their retirement has been all about timing. So they will be sorely missed.
Time to perfection. Abhishek, since you are considered as one of those in the Mumbai circuit who knows Rohit Sharma very well, let me ask you, what has been Rohit Sharma's biggest challenge, navigating himself as a leader of this pack? A couple of years back, we had heard stories about how Rohit Sharma was facing challenge in having a superstar like Virat Kohli in his team shortly after he had given up his captaincy. But it seemed last night particularly that, they have a very, very good relationship. And it also almost felt like, brothers in arms lifting the World Cup. While that, those are the stories that we have read. But what are the particularly other challenges that Rohit may have faced while being the captain of Indian cricket team?
Well, I think, a lot of people who've known Rohit or who've played with Rohit early in his career would sort of agree with me when I say that Rohit was never a people's person. He was always someone who was liked by everyone, but he was not someone who spoke to everyone. He was always someone who did his own thing. Era is a totally youngsters on his own. He'll go and speak to someone who never did that. So I feel his biggest challenge has been very intrinsic. It's been about the internal.
Will go on to become the biggest star from India. The one man he picked out was Rohit Sharma. He said, watch out for this man. He will be your
greater than skills. Ashok Paji, as a captain, would Rohit Sharma have questioned himself? And
he will not boss you around. He's a team man. He's one of the boys. He's not the leader of the boys. But in other words, when he was taken away from him, which was very unfair and the way it was done. But he played the IPL trophy.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us here all through the World Cup and getting us those fantastic perspectives. Keep celebrating, and maybe Indian cricket now has opened up the flood.
20 क्रिकेट बहुत फास्ट क्रिकेट है. आने वाले दिनों में उसको टेस्ट मैच क्रिकेट में भी टेस्ट चैंपियनशिप में फोकस करना है.
Edition of Turning Point. Thank you very much for watching.
Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Moving next, because हम gadgets की बात कर ही रहे हैं, let's just go back to the most commonly used gadget that we all have in our pockets, the smartphone. और अगर हम इसको analyze करें तो आपको लगता होगा this is just a device उसको, but इसके अलावा Normally, we have from 15 to 20 different kinds of sensors working round the clock to make sure कि जो आपका experience है वो बहुत अच्छा हो जाए. I'll give you a few examples. For example, we have the product. It's all for the altitude, and ये help करता है paired with.
Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi, taking you to the headlines we are tracking at 8 p.m. In Bengal's Islampur video assault case, after a disturbing video goes viral showing brutal assault on a man and a woman, the police arrest attacker in the video. BJP and Left. T20 cricket. Now Ravindra Jadea announces retirement from T20 internationals. Virat, Kohli and Rohit. The Islampur police in West Bengal have confirmed they have registered a case and have arrested the accused. The video shows the victims being assaulted with the stick several times in the presence. Meanwhile, BJP has also jumped onto this video. Amit Malviya, sharing this video, has said that close associate of Chopra MLA Hamidur Rahman, who is from the TMC, the video shows a woman and a man being struck with stick as somebody called Tejamul, who is also known as JCB. These visuals, ladies and gentlemen, on your screens right now. In one, you see this man, in fact, being taken into police custody, being taken inside the police station. Meanwhile, on the other hand, is the viral video in which he's seen beating two victims. Saurabh Gupta, my colleague, now joins us with more details at this moment. Saurabh, this has been an embarrassing incident for the TMC government there, and this man who's now supposedly in police custody, walking in with the air of as if nothing wrong. The police, even in his arrest, seems to be, at this moment at least, in the visuals that we are getting, seems to be quite cagey as far as this man is concerned. Is he from the TMC, and what is the government saying about it?
Well, there is no sort of official confirmation or official word on his being linked to the TMC. That's an allegation that the opposition has made, and at this point it remains that it's an allegation that the opposition has made. Having said that, the police have earlier said in the evening that they were looking to arrest him after this video went viral, and it seems they picked him up and brought him to the police station, and he should be placed under arrest soon for what is clearly a very heinous crime of beating up two people very brutally, as seen in the video. Now, the Trinamool MLA, who of course is from that area, against whom the BJP said and the left said that, the BJP, especially Amit Malviya in that tweet, said that, he's close to this MLA. That MLA has also reacted. In fact, we have a bite from that MLA as well. Of course, that's the latest on this. But the police have now picked up this man who's seen in those visuals brutally beating up a lady. And that lady has now, of course, been the lady has not been identified, but obviously the accused has been identified by the opposition parties on Twitter, and the police have now arrested him, having got the information and having seen the video of that violent crime and what seems to be a case of street justice here, something that can be seen in the visuals where a woman is being beaten up and a man is being beaten up by this man who's now in arrest, who's of course probably wearing the same set of clothes. You can see, of course, that black t-shirt and the blue jeans that he was wearing. But he's now been picked up, obviously, by the police, and he should be placed under arrest.
Saurabh Gupta reporting there.
I'll give you some specific examples rather than what about. A couple of days ago, Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of the state, as well as our party chairperson, started a movement where illegal encroachment on government land, whoever has done it, right from Sandesh Khali, now it is everybody understood that it was a concocted story. So okay. My humble point is this: anybody who does a heinous crime like what we have seen in this video, again I am saying, in Mamata Banerjee's Bengal, irrespective of what his political affiliation is, what his caste, creed, color or religion is, he will face justice.
I get that, Mr. Datta, but answer me this, sir. You're right. The police, there is one aspect, the legal aspect, where if somebody has done some crime.
3 years in a row, and Bengal is one of the safest states in this country. Have we not seen such horrific incidents in the country's capital in Delhi? Have we not seen this in Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh and other places where people have been seeing, BJP netas have been seeing, pissing on Dalit youth? We have seen atrocities committed.
Okay.
Unfortunately, in a civilized society also, there are some goons, some criminals who get involved in these sort of criminal activities.
Okay.
But the point of the matter is whether the administration and the ruling party is taking a stand, whether they are facing the law or not. And
Okay.
in Bengal, they will face the law and they will not be spared no matter who they
Okay,
are.
let me get a reaction from Mr. Dwivedi on this, ma'am. As Mr. Datta is saying, that don't try and paint this as a Bengal-specific problem. This whole, criminalization or the violence as far as politics is concerned. We have seen many such examples from other states as well. Is his point?
See, it is Mamata Banerjee, who also happens to be the police minister in the state. She has nurtured goons in West Bengal, and I'll tell you this why. Because Mr. Datta was just saying that, now there is no noise about Sandesh Kali. Absolutely not. The matter is there before the court. It has been handed over to the CBI. A report has been filed by the CBI where they have said that this kind of crime did take place. And the matter is under a further investigation. Not just that, there is a camp which is set up at Sandesh Kali, and more complaints are being taken in the camp by the CBI officers. So when he was saying that, it was a cock story, so it wasn't, that were the facts which have come up before the court. So once again, I will say that during that time, Mamata Banerjee was on the denial.
Okay.
And she said that Sheikh Shahjahan is a good boy.
सारे देश में हर जगह चुनाव हुए हैं, लेकिन कहीं इस तरीके की कानून और व्यवस्था की बुरा इस्तेमाल नहीं हो रहे हैं जो बंगाल में हो रहे हैं। एक महिला चाहे जिस पार्टी के भी क्यों ना हो, उससे अत्याचार करने की कोई अधिकार किसी को नहीं है। पुलिस वालों ने लिपापोती करने के लिए इधर की बात उधर, उधर की बात इधर करने की हर संभव प्रयास करेंगे।
The National Testing Agency seems to be missing deadline after deadline, and that is in fact creating a whole mess as far as the examination, this entire body is concerned. Now, NTA has missed the deadline for the CUET undergraduate results. The CUET undergraduate results have been delayed, which is affecting about 9 lakh students at this moment. The deadline was today, but so far there is no sign of the CUET undergraduate 2024 results. For more on this, let me in fact go across to my colleague Vedant, who's joining us with more details. Vedant, one after another, this is all in fact putting the National Testing Agency and under a very, very questionable, in fact, reputation at this moment.
Absolutely. There seems to be some sort of a breakdown of trust between students and the National Testing Agency. In fact, having covered this story from the ground, you see how students are extremely outraged. And as far as the CUET is concerned, well, a provisional answer key was supposed to be released today itself. And what the NTA sources seem to suggest is that they are looking at releasing some sort of an error-free answer key, which is why it's taking a long time for them. Now, a couple of important details for candidates, in fact, here. There will be a provisional answer key, which is likely to be out in the next 3 or 4 days, is what the indication is from NTA sources. After that, the NTA says that they will give around 4 to 5 days to students to raise objections. Domain experts and subject experts will look at those objections, and then a final answer key will be released almost a week after the provisional answer key. Now remember, the results of the CUET are based on the final answer key, so the results are going to take somewhere around 10 to 12 days, and we don't even know whether the provisional answer key will be released in the next 3 or 4 days. Now, NTA sources say that last year, remember, there were a lot of discrepancies and irregularities as far as the CUET exam is concerned that came to light, whether there were last-minute cancellations or change of examination centers. So keeping all of that in mind, the NTA is being extra cautious this time, is what sources seem to suggest, because remember last time they had to release multiple provisional answer keys, and that caused a lot of confusion. But the fact of the matter is that what the government, in fact, sources within the Education Ministry also saying that they're leaving nothing to chance, because a lot has gone haywire already as far as the NTA is concerned, and of course they're also looking at some sort of overhaul, perhaps a decentralization of the testing agency as well.
Right, Vedant Agrawal reporting there on another, in fact, mess as far as the NTA is concerned. Now they're saying they're being extra cautious, but the question then remains, will it have an impact on the admissions and for lakhs of students? Thank you so much, Vedant, for joining us with all those details. Moving on now, in fact, to Assam, where in Guwahati, a Marksheet scam has been unearthed in the Guwahati University and 9 people have been arrested for that. The scam came to light during the investigation of discrepancies in the original mark sheets of a student from Ganeshal Chaudhary College at Barpeta Road, which is affiliated to the Guwahati University. Now, the state CID is widening the scope of investigation. The developments, in fact, come amid the outrage.
Higher than the marks which were given to the students by the paper checker who had checked the paper. So the paper checker sent the marks separately to the university, and then K. Krishnamurti, this person actually works with Limited, which was outsourced by the Guwahati University. ITI Limited is a Government of India undertaking company for maintaining the integrated digital database of the Guwahati and a similar nexus. And in fact, today as well, there have been another arrest from Darang district, another middleman. So in total, from 5 different places in the state, there have been arrest of 9 people, and the investigation continues. Guwahati University has said that they have started their internal probe. However, the Guwahati University really has to come clean over how it did not have a monitoring system over a third-party operator which was handling such an important database.
The Congress party has raised the issue of COVID curbs on Parliament reporters. Congress MP has in fact said COVID curbs are hampering fair coverage of the parliamentary proceedings. Congress MP Manikam Tagore has written to the Lok Sabha Speaker and has asked him to lift the COVID curbs on journalists. The Congress MP has said the restrictions in the name of COVID protocol, enough space in the new parliament for reporters, and the Congress MP has also said that you should restore the old system of the parliament coverage. Meanwhile, the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, or TISS, has withdrawn the sudden dismissal of its staff. Over 100 contractual staff members, including teaching and non-teaching, appointed under programs funded by the Tata Education Trust, citing non-release of funds. The move came after the trust assured resources will be made available to TISS. The announcement was made via circular released today.
Certainly a hugely contentious issue now. The Tata Institute of Social Sciences retracting its notice to terminate contracts of over 100 teaching and non-teaching staff after they face strong criticism from faculty as well as student body. In fact, TISS had dismissed teaching and non-teaching staff because of lack of financial support. A controversy, of course, erupting over the letter of discontinuation of services of 55 faculty members, 60 non-teaching staff across 4 campuses. Now, this obviously snowballed into a political issue, after which this decision was withdrawn. Now, TISS stated that discussions with Tata Education Trust have assured the necessary resources to address the issue. Student body, of course, had criticized this administration, demanding immediate revocation of termination of over 50 staff members and faculty. In fact, they also blame the current TISS leadership for the situation, warning that the mass termination would lead to a scarcity of staff and negatively impact students' future. So there had been ongoing discussions that had happened. Ongoing discussions with the trust have provided assurance that resources will be made available to TISS to resolve this issue. Therefore, the Education Trust committing to release funds for the salaries of project or program faculty and non-teaching staff. So some relief for the staffers there. Earlier, of course, there was notice to terminate the contract, but now that has been revoked.
Slipping into a short break at this moment, news and updates will continue after these commercial messages.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Moving next, because हम gadgets की बात कर ही रहे हैं, let's just go back to the most commonly used gadget that we all have in our pockets, the smartphone. और अगर हम इसको analyze करें, तो आपको लगता होगा this is just a device to play games, watch some content, या phone पे बात कर लो, या text कर लो. But you know what? There's a lot happening behind the scenes because this small little device is packed with multiple sensors. हो सकता है आपने सुना होगा about accelerometer या gyroscope कि कैसे ये sensors काम करते हैं. जब आप अपनी गैलरी में किसी फोटो देखते जब फोन को रोटेट करते हैं तो फोटो रोटेट हो जाती है, all thanks to accelerometer. या फिर जैसे आप जब गेम्स खेलते हैं तो how you can use some gestures, all thanks to gyroscope. But इसके अलावा in a standard smartphone, normally we have from 15 to 20 different kinds of sensors working round the clock to make sure कि जो आपका experience है वो बहुत अच्छा हो जाए. I'll give you a few examples. For example, we have the proximity sensor. ये सेंसर स्क्रीन के ऊपर यहाँ लगा होता है एंड बेसिकली द आइडिया इज टू डिटेक्ट कि क्या आपका फोन आपके चेहरे के पास है या नहीं है. सो व्हेन यू पिक अप अ कॉल एंड पुट द फोन नेक्स्ट टू योर फेस, द स्क्रीन गोज डार्क. या फिर जब आपका फोन पॉकेट में होता है द स्क्रीन गोज ऑफ एंड बैटरी कंज्यूम नहीं होती है. सेकेंड सेंसर इज द एम्बियंट लाइट सेंसर, जो कि आपके फोन में ऑटो ब्राइटनेस के लिए काम करता है बिकॉज इट एनालाइजेज व्हाट्स द एम्बियंट लाइट इज एंड उसके अकॉर्डिंग आपके स्क्रीन की ब्राइटनेस को एडजस्ट करता है. नेक्स्ट वी हैव अ बैरोमीटर. आपको लग रहा होगा बैरोमीटर का फोन में क्या काम है. यू नो व्हाट, इट्स
On a fresh order, the government had stepped up the process of separating civilian areas from the military ones. Property rights over all assets in 30 military cantonments will be shifted to the state municipality.
The property rights over all assets meant for providing civic amenities must be transferred to state municipalities free of cost. Assets and liabilities of cantonment boards will also be transferred. Some civilian land may be retained by the military on a case-by-case basis for the protection of military stations. But why is this being done? There's been a sense in the government that cantonments are a part of an archaic colonial legacy and citizens were unable to access state government welfare schemes. There were 56 cantonments when India became independent. 6 more were notified post-independence, bringing the total to 62. The Defence Ministry owns nearly 1.8 lakh acres, making it the largest landowner in the country. Approximately 1.61 lakh acres are held by cantonment boards within the 62 notified cantonments. Till now, all civil and municipal affairs were being handled by military cantonment boards. This will now change. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
General Upendra Dwivedi has taken over as the Chief of the Army Staff from General Manoj Pande, who took charge in May 2022. Prior to this, General Dwivedi was the Vice Chief of the Army Staff. He is a recipient of the Param Vishisht Seva Medal at Ati Vishisht Seva Medal and 3 General Officer Commanding in Charge commendation cards. General Dwivedi had previously served as the Chief of the Army's Northern Command from 2022 to 2024. He provided strategic guidance and operational oversight for operations along the northern and the western borders, as well as counter-terror operations in Jammu and Kashmir. Indian all-rounder Ravindra Jadea announced their retirement from T20 internationals after winning the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2024, beating South Africa in the exciting final on Saturday. Now this after Captain Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli announced their retirement after winning the World Cup.
A bittersweet moment for Indian cricket fans. On one hand, India lifted an ICC trophy after 11 long years, fulfilling the dreams of over 1 billion people. On the other hand, 3 stalwarts of Team India said goodbye to the shortest format. With the win in the final of the T20 World Cup, captain Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli and Ravindra Jadea have now played their last T20 international in the blue jersey. All three hoping for a happy send-off, and that is what they got, leaving the stage as world champions. An emotional Rohit Sharma hit the ground, crying his heart out. The weight of an entire nation lifted from his shoulders.
मैंने सोचा नहीं था कि T20 रिटायर करूंगा मैं, but situation ऐसा आ गया. I thought it is the perfect situation for me, and nothing better than winning the cup and saying goodbye.
Australia win the World Cup for the 6th.
Rohit Sharma had come close to lifting an ICC trophy on 3 occasions in the past, falling short every single time. But not this time around, the hitman finally breaking the curse of the last 11 years. His partner in crime, Virat Kohli, equally emotional, said that irrespective of the result in the final, it would have been his last game for India in this format.
This was my last T20 World Cup, and this is exactly what we wanted to achieve. This is an amazing game. I was telling Rohit today when we went out to bat, I was like, one day you feel like you can't get a run, and then you come out and then things happen. God is great. I bow my head in gratitude. I'm just really grateful I was able to get the job done for the team on the day that it mattered the most.
King Kohli, who didn't have a great World Cup tournament until the final, came to the party when it mattered the most. And just a day later, India all-rounder Ravindra Jadea called curtains on his T20I career as well. The man, famous for his sword-swinging celebration, showed his warrior spirit throughout his time in the sun, winning 4 IPL trophies and a T20I World Cup. Jadea announced his retirement on social media, where he said, "Winning the T20 World Cup was a dream come true, a pinnacle of my T20 international career. Thank you for the memories, the cheers and the unwavering support." It is an end of an era for Indian cricket, with the likes of Rohit, Virat and Jadea taking a back seat and paving the way for the next generation to come and continue the good work. Osama Shab for NDTV.
All right, that's all the time that we have in this edition. News and updates continue on NDTV. Stay tuned.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your
BMW R1300 GS ridden in Ladakh. Aston Martin DB12
sizzles on Delhi roads. BGOS RUV 350 electric scooter walk around. You are in the market to buy an SUV, but you're also somebody who's environmentally
like the Volvo, and that's why in this scorching heat of Delhi we have a very hot comparison for you guys that involves the Hyundai Ioniq 5, Kia EV6 and the Volvo C40 Recharge. We have some exciting tests lined up for these electric cars. EVs, they're all about torque. With torque comes in quick acceleration run, and that's what our first test is. 0 to 100 kmph speed runs is what we'll do with the C40 Recharge, the Ioniq 5 and the EV6. Now since we are in this car, I'll give you a brief about this one. Well, it comes through the CKD route to the Indian market and gets a powerful electric motor and battery setup with an ARAI range of roughly 530 kilometers. Power figures, 410 horses and roughly 660 Newton meters is what you get, and the claimed 0 to 100 figure stands at 4.7 seconds. Now this is a very flush but a slightly plain looking cabin. This touchscreen might look archaic, but I like it. After all, it is simple, no nonsense stuff and is powered by Google. Now one thing that Volvo could have done better is giving a curtain for this electric moonroof. In hot and humid temperatures like here in Delhi, it is just baking us up. But which one is the quickest of the lot? Well, results are on your screen. EVs are supposed to be fast, but they are also supposed to be silent, and that's what we are going to find out in this test number 2. Right now we are sitting in the EV6 and we'll start off from this car. Why? Well, it is the only car in this trio that gets the EV banner in its nameplate. Now we're going to use a third-party app to find out which car is the most silent of all. Now we are doing this test in the same environment and identical AC settings for all cars. Now talking of EV6, it uses a skateboard architecture, so what you get is a battery pack underneath your floor and 2 motors, one on the front, one on the rear, giving you an all-wheel drive layout. This car is certainly fast and it certainly seems silent. We are on our final test with the final car, the Ioniq 5. And why do I have a cup in my hand? Well, we are gonna fill it with water to test which car spills the least amount of water on a road like this that's not paved at all. The Volvo wins this test as well with the least amount of water spillage, also signifying that a stiff ride on tarmac doesn't always equate to a bad ride on jolty roads. But I have to tell you something about Ioniq 5 that I really like. The first and foremost is the price. It only starts at Rs 46 lakh, making it the most affordable car in this whole trio. And also it gets a long claimed ARAI range, making the Ioniq 5 hugely desirable. Also it is super comfortable. The seats, they can be reclined, you get under thigh support in ample. This cabin is done in white and these screens, they are crisp. Is there anything to complain about in this Ioniq 5? I really don't find anything of that order other than its dull performance and slightly subjective and opinionated styling. With these results at our disposal, I can tell you that it is the C40 recharge that is the fastest to the 100 kmph mark between these three cars. It is also the most silent, and when we talk of water test, the lesser displacement of water was observed in the C40 recharge. Well, that was largely because of its stiff suspension setup, therefore lesser moments in the body. But when we consider price, the C40 recharge is priced at roughly rupees 63 lakh, whereas the EV6, it goes up to rupees 67 lakh for this all-wheel drive trim. Now the most affordable baby on this comparison is the Ioniq 5 with an ex-showroom price of roughly rupees 46 lakh. And therefore my mind says that it is the Ioniq 5 that wins the tag of best EV in this trio. But my heart, it still goes out for the Volvo, for the kind of performance it offers, for the kind of safety it offers, and of course the design. What do you?
Evolution, it is a lot more inviting, slightly more forgiving, and offers a lot more rewarding riding experience once you learn to live with it.
We slip into a short break, but you don't go anywhere, because after the break, I get you the review of absolutely beautiful Aston Martin DB12.
App today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
तो बेसिकली अगर आप एंड्रॉयड यूज़ करते हैं या आईफोन यूज़ करते हैं, डजेंट मैटर, आपको दोनों ही ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम्स में बहुत इजी ऑप्शन मिल जाता है जहां पे यू कैन गो टू द सेटिंग्स एंड वहां से यू कैन म्यूट योर अननोन नंबर्स, या एंड्रॉयड में यू कैन ब्लॉक कॉल्स फ्रॉम अननोन नंबर्स. तो अगर कोई अननोन नंबर जो आपकी कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट में नहीं है ट्राइज टू कॉल यू, फोन वोंट रिंग, आप थोड़ा सा सुकून एंजॉय कर पाएंगे. फॉर अ फैक्ट आप ये काम व्हाट्सएप पे भी कर सकते हैं. यू कैन mute all your calls coming from unknown numbers. ये बहुत अच्छा तो है ही, but I would say it's also very important to avoid these scam calls, because sometimes it's just a normal spam, but sometimes it's scammers calling you, approaching you, just trying to take some money out of pocket. तो उससे बचने के लिए भी it's a nice way for us to avoid any unknown numbers. जैसे मैंने just अभी किया, मतलब I'll turn on the setting. You can do it too. It's a nice tip. Please share with all your friends.
Ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Moving next, because हम gadgets की बात कर ही रहे हैं, let's just go back to the most commonly used gadget that we all have in our pockets, the smartphone. और अगर हम इसको analyze करें तो आपको लगता होगा this is just a device to play games, watch some content, या phone पे बात कर लो या text कर लो. But you know what? There's a lot happening behind the scenes, because this small little device is packed with multiple sensors. हो सकता है आपने सुना होगा about accelerometer या gyroscope कि कैसे ये sensors काम करते हैं. जब आप अपनी गैलरी में किसी फोटो देखते देखते जब फोन को रोटेट करते हैं तो फोटो रोटेट हो जाती है, all thanks to accelerometer. या फिर जैसे आप जब गेम्स खेलते हैं तो how you can use some gestures, all thanks to gyroscope. But इसके अलावा in a standard smartphone, normally we have from 15 to 20 different kinds of sensors working round the clock to make sure कि जो आपका experience है वो बहुत अच्छा हो जाए. I'll give you a few examples. For example, we have the proximity sensor. ये सेंसर स्क्रीन के ऊपर यहाँ लगा होता है एंड बेसिकली द आइडिया इज टू डिटेक्ट कि क्या आपका फोन आपके चेहरे के पास है या नहीं है. सो व्हेन यू पिक अप अ कॉल एंड पुट द फोन नेक्स्ट टू योर फेस, द स्क्रीन गोज डार्क. या फिर जब आपका फोन पॉकेट में होता है, द स्क्रीन गोज ऑफ एंड बैटरी कंज्यूम नहीं होती है. सेकेंड सेंसर इज द एम्बिएंट लाइट सेंसर, जो कि आपके फोन में ऑटो ब्राइटनेस के लिए काम करता है, बिकॉज इट एनालाइजेज व्हाट्स द एम्बिएंट लाइट इज एंड उसके अकॉर्डिंग आपके स्क्रीन की ब्राइटनेस को एडजस्ट करता है. नेक्स्ट वी हैव अ बैरोमीटर. आपको लग रहा होगा बैरोमीटर का फोन में क्या काम है. यू नो
Tom purple color. The front of the signature 6-vane grille, which is larger and more pronounced, giving the car a bold and assertive look. The sleek, narrow LED headlights add to its fierce stance. The hood features prominent lines that direct the eye towards the Aston Martin's logo in the center. The XL-size hood, short overhangs, and wing opening of the frameless doors. But it is not all just style. The roofline slopes gently and flows seamlessly into the rear for better aerodynamics. The rear of the DB12 is
and they look also very good and just perfect for your long drives. You don't get a sunroof here, and I really appreciated that on a day like today, which was excruciatingly hot. And no matter what, when you have a sunroof, the heat does filter through. What you get instead is absolutely beautiful. This leather wrap roof with this intricate detailing here of diamond pattern. You find that diamond pattern on the seat and here on the center armrest and on the door pads too. Front of you also has small fonts, but still you can read this a little bit more easily because it's right in front of you, whereas the touch screen, because you have to take your eye off and then to concentrate and figure out, is a little bit of a task, especially when you are on the move. You get your start stop button right here. It looks very nice, and this knob is how you choose your drive modes as well. For gear select, unlike the other Aston Martins, you get a small lever here and it's quite easy to use. I love the design of the steering. It's good to hold. You get your steering mounted controls. Flat bottom steering looks sporty and well suited for this car. And you get these quite long paddle shifters, making it easy to use them. Aston Martin has made sure that DB12 is packed with features. On paper, DB12 is a 4-seater, and in all honesty, I did try to go sit there and give you an update, but there is just not enough space for me to fit there myself comfortably. Going in is quite difficult. You have to just push the seat forward and then go in, and it doesn't move too much, so you have very little space to enter. And then once you're seated there, there's not much space. I think the second row is best suited for young kids. It's time to take this beauty on the road. Aston Martin DB12. The name would give you a hint that this gets the V12 engine, the famous Aston Martin V12 engine, but actually it gets the Mercedes-sourced 4-liter V8 engine. This engine produces 680 HP power, 800 Nm torque, and does 0 to 100 in claimed 3.6 seconds. The engine is quite refined and performs extremely well. There's always power available to you whenever you need it. The most exciting, exhilarating part of DB12's drive is the noise it makes. It is absolutely beautiful music to the ears. This one gets 8-speed torque converter rear-mounted gearbox. This ZF's 8-speed gearbox offers smooth gear shifts, but it is not quick, and that character doesn't change much even in Sports Plus mode. DB12 is a Grand Tourer, and the performance has been calibrated to meet that requirement. The power is great, and you feel connected with the wheel, and you run the risk of rear end slipping out, which is when the responsive steering comes in handy. This is a Grand Tourer and stays true to that definition. The sheer size of the car means that you have to move it gingerly in crowded spaces, and a barely there ground clearance of 120.
Its prices start at Rs 4.6 crore ex-showroom, which is higher than that of Aston Martin's SUV DBX, a much more practical Aston Martin for Indian conditions. But then one look and DB12 is sure to steal your heart.
Focus now shifts towards
video. So up front, you can see that it gets LED headlamps with LED DRLs, and there's fiber here, but this part is sort of metallic. Then you get telescopic forks up front, and what's unique is that this scooter comes with a 16-inch alloy wheel, and the design is quite nice too. These scooter tires look a little skinny on the scooter, but that's okay. It helps with you navigating the bad roads easily, gives you better ground clearance as up front, but it gets a lot of features. You get geo-fencing and a lot of other features. Apart from that, there's a big seat and it gets contrast stitching. It's around 15 liters of space here, and they have shown how it can hold a half-face helmet easily. Then there's the charging port placed here, and it locks in with the seat, so your charger cannot be stolen if you leave it unattended. Apart from that, the claimed range is 145, although the real world range is 120 kilometers according to the company. Then there's 75 kilometers of top speed, which is more than enough for a scooter of this stature. Now those were the details of the BGOS RUV 350. Now let's hear it from the top management itself. We'll be in a quick chat with Hemant Kabra, MD of BGOS India. So what is the presence of brand BGOS in India, and what is the after sales system like?
See, we are an evolving company. It's been 4 years we started this business. Last year, we launched a family scooter product that is called C12, and has been successfully and well accepted into the market. And we're currently into the West and South, and we will be soon going pan-India. I think we will start building a brand eventually. It's a process, and we'll start eventually building that.
Is there a timeline for the expansion?
I think we just launched a product. We have enough capacity. We are working very closely on supply chain. We should be able to do good numbers now.
And your manufacturing facility is based out of which state?
Our manufacturing facility is based out of Pune, Chakan.
So what sets your product apart in terms of ethos from other scooters in the segment?
I think it's a very different category, already a very different product, unique product. It has a 16-inch wheel with a helmet going inside the seat. Second is a metal body. Right. And it's a power pack performance, so you can go any variant and ride the product. And it has long suspension as well, which makes your comfortable riding. And the chassis is designed in such a way, your cornering and your turning becomes very smooth.
Okay. So we have seen cases of thermal runaway in electric scooters in the past. So how does your scooter tackle that?
I think we all are now approved at AIS 156 phase 2, and which is very safe. And we also have LFP chemistry, which is also very safe as a chemistry. We have design of a pack, and the BMS is very strong, which takes care of the same.
So what are your sales targets with this scooter?
With this scooter, this financial year, we should target a cumulative sales of our BG is approximately 50,000 vehicles.
Well, that's all from us today, but do subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on our social media handles. Thank you for watching. See you next week.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Moving next, because हम gadgets की बात कर ही रहे हैं, let's just go back to the most commonly used gadget that we all have in our pockets, the smartphone. और अगर हम इसको analyze करें, तो आपको लगता होगा this is just a device to play games, watch some content, या phone पे बात कर लो, या text कर लो. But you know what? There's a lot happening behind the scenes because this small little device is packed with multiple sensors. हो सकता है आपने सुना होगा about accelerometer या gyroscope कि कैसे ये sensors काम करते हैं. जब आप अपनी गैलरी में किसी फोटो देखते जब फोन को रोटेट करते हैं तो फोटो रोटेट हो जाती है, all thanks to accelerometer. या फिर जैसे आप जब गेम्स खेलते हैं तो how you can use some gestures, all thanks to gyroscope. But इसके अलावा in a standard smartphone, normally we have from 15 to 20 different kinds of sensors working round the clock to make sure कि जो आपका experience है वो बहुत अच्छा हो जाए. I'll give you a few examples. For example, we have the proximity sensor. ये सेंसर स्क्रीन के ऊपर यहाँ लगा होता है and basically the idea is to detect कि क्या आपका फोन आपके चेहरे के पास है या नहीं है. So when you pick up a call and put the phone next to
Hello and welcome to watching Left, Right and Centre. I am Vedant Agarwal. Our focus of course remains on the entire examination mess. After the NEET net controversy, now CUET students also left in the lurch. A key deadline missed by the National Testing Agency. All of that and more coming up, but first up, the headlines. The testing body fails to meet a key CUET result deadline. The NTA misses a June 30th deadline for the CUET answer key. After the NEET net mess, CUET candidates left in the lurch. A cash for marks scam unearthed in Assam's Guwahati University. The Assam CID arrests 9 students in the Marksheet scam. Assault in Bengal's Islampur caught on camera. A viral video shows public attacks on a woman. The BJP and the left say the accused is linked to a local TMC neta. The TMC rejects the claims. Meanwhile, the police arrests a man seen beating the woman in public view. A flood-like situation in parts of North India. Rain red alert for parts of Delhi, UP, Maharashtra and some parts of Gujarat as well. In Ahmedabad, houses are submerged and vehicles swept away. And T20 legends hang up their boots after the spectacular victory. Jadea announces his T20 international retirement. So now Kohli, Rohit, Sharma and Jadea all bid goodbye to T20 international. And well, our top focus, the entire examination mess, and now a key deadline has been missed by the National Testing Agency as far as the CUET examination is concerned. Remember, this is a key undergraduate examination for various central universities across the country. What sources seem to indicate is that the NTA is aiming for an error-proof answer key. Now, remember, the answer key was to be released today. This was a provisional answer key. After that, the NTA sources say that the students will be given time to raise objections and then the final answer key will be prepared by subject experts. It's only after the final answer key is released that the results could be out. So it's still a long drawn process that has to be completed. So for another 7 to 8 days, results don't seem to be in sight. Of course, lakhs of students left in the lurch. Many of them have to now apply to private universities. Their admissions and the entire future, in a sense, hangs in the balance. What really is the way forward and what are the students feeling at the moment? Because, of course, there seems to be some sort of a breakdown as far as the entire National Testing Agency is concerned. Joining me, Ravindra Swaroop, former Education Secretary, is with us. Also, Madhulika Joshi, who appeared for the CUET examination. She's also...
The fact that we don't even have an answer key yet is really concerning because we have given our full efforts to preparation of this exam and then we go to the examination centers hoping to just sit down and give a just and free exam, right? And when we give the exam, we don't think that the organization will do anything from their behalf to blunder the exam because we are basically on our nerves. We are always worried for the examination because this is our final examination and this is how we're going to get our college and the whole professional life ahead will be decided through the examination. So it's a lot of responsibility for
go of the admission fee or the seat, because you've paid that much money to reserve your seat at a private university. So it's really a lot of confusion and chaos because of the delay in the results.
Yes, sir, exactly. I totally agree with you. And in fact, with the hue and cry which has been created due to examinations, not only just CUET, UG, but also UGC NET, NEET examination, there has been a sense of disconnect which the students feel, that they do not get that surety from the side of the bodies, from the side of the government bodies which have been conducting these examinations for years now. And therefore, I feel that it's time that people have started also taking, private universities as a side, not only as a side path, but they are also being forced to choose that. And it is a failure on the side of the bodies that have been conducting these examinations, that over more than 24 lakh students are giving these examinations throughout the country, and their trust, their belief has been shaken immensely due to the mismanagement that has been happening over the past year. And also, many have the privilege to choose those private universities, but many still lack that privilege and
have that privilege to actually sort of apply to a private university. And Vrinda, Swaroop, come in on this, because why the concept of CUET was introduced a couple of years back was to sort of give students a level playing field, because there was this sense that there are many state boards that have a different mechanism of evaluation entirely, and sort of those imbalances in the entire evaluation system, in the entire admission process were to be omitted. But
an entrance to central universities.
Yes.
And as you rightly said, there is a uneven and then have to get into this. So, but having said that, I think 2-3 points we need to bear in mind. One, I think NTA has communicated, what I can see from your presentation is that the NTA has communicated that there would be a 2-3-4 day delay. So I would be patient if I was a student, because it's better to have a verified result than to rush into something which will go into a spin again. The second point is that you have a two-step process in declaring this result. They do, as you said, declare an answer key, and then students and curriculum makers have a chance of responding to settle some of those questions which might have answers which may not be exactly what the answer key is publishing. So I think that's a good step, because that helps to even out the anxieties which students might have on the answers.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Brindaji and Yashi and Madhulika, for joining us with those very important perspectives there. After the entire NEET-NET controversy, now the CUET aspirants left in the lurch. But moving now to other news, in fact, in Guwahati University, a scam has been unearthed. It's a cash for marks scam that now the Assam CID is investigating. This Marksheet scam came to light yesterday. These are visuals of the accused who have now been arrested. 9 people have been arrested. The original mark sheets of a student from the Ganesh Lal Chaudhary College at the Barpeta Road, which is affiliated to the Guwahati University, were first found during the investigation, and now the investigation has widened. This, of course, also in the context of the entire paper leak issue that has also become a hugely politically contentious one. In other news now, the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, or TISS, has withdrawn the sudden dismissal of its staff. Over 100 contractual staff members, including teaching and non-teaching staff appointed under the programs funded by the Tata Education Trust, citing non-release of funds. But that statement, or that move, has been in a sense retracted now, and the university says
non-teaching staff across. This had in fact snowballed into a political issue, after which the decision was withdrawn. In fact, is stating that discussions with Tata motivated appointments. So ongoing discussions now with the Tata Education Trust, providing assurance that resources will be made available to TISS to resolve this issue. In fact, the trust has now committed to releasing funds for the salaries of these faculty and non-teaching staff. So yes, good news for staffers post outrage and protest termination notice withdrawn by TIS administration.
And moving now to news from West Bengal, an absolutely disturbing and horrific video has now surfaced of a man beating a woman in public view. There you can see this absolutely horrific video of passers-by just watching without stopping the man.
सारे देश में हर जगह चुनाव हुए हैं, लेकिन कहीं इस तरीके की कानून और व्यवस्था की बुरा इस्तेमाल नहीं हो रहे हैं जो बंगाल में हो रहे हैं। एक महिला
Tagore has written to the Lok Sabha speaker lift COVID curbs imposed on journalists. Remember, Manikam Tagore says that in the name of COVID protocol, there are unfair and unwarranted restrictions that are being.
Well, certainly, it was pre-COVID era when we used to take our video journalists along with the live view units and the proper camera kit to the parliament inside to have a coverage and to have interviews of the leaders and to cover the parliament proceedings.
In there, in fact, across Gujarat, you similar inundated, houses submerged. There you can see a tree fallen on a vehicle. In fact, several vehicles swept away in that torrential rain there as far as Ahmedabad is concerned. In the next couple of days as well, a heavy rain alert has been issued. These are visuals coming in from Karnataka. So across the coastline, heavy rain being witnessed. In fact, for Karnataka as well, there is a rain red alert for the next couple of days. In other parts of North India, like in Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, also in parts of Rajasthan and Gujarat and Punjab, there are similar warnings that have been issued. Listen in to what the Met Department had to say on this.
So at present, monsoon is in active phase. So if you talk about the forecast, presently for northeastern state, we are expecting extremely heavy rainfall for next 2 days, specifically Arunachal Pradesh, more than 20 centimeter. For that, we have given red alert for Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Meghalaya, and sub-Himalayan West Bengal, Sikkim for today, and for Arunachal for day 1 and day 2. And if you talk about the other parts of the country, specifically central part or northwest India, everywhere we are expecting, we are experiencing also light to moderate rainfall and somewhere heavy rainfall also.
And moving now to an NDTV special report where in a fresh order the government has stepped up the process of separating civilian areas from the military ones. In fact, property rights, overall assets in 13 military cantonments will be shifted to the state municipality. What really is the logic behind this? What will be its ramifications? Vishnu Shom with this report.
The property rights over all assets meant for providing civic amenities must be transferred to state municipalities free of cost. Assets and liabilities of cantonment boards will also be transferred. Some civilian land may be retained by the military on a case-by-case basis for the protection of military stations. But why is this being done? There's been a sense in the government that cantonments are a part of an archaic colonial legacy and citizens were unable to access state government welfare schemes. There were 56 cantonments when India became independent. 6 more were notified post-independence, bringing the total to 62. The Defence Ministry owns nearly 1.8 lakh acres, making it the largest landowner in the country. Approximately 1.61 lakh acres are held by cantonment boards within the 62 notified cantonments. Till now, all civil and municipal affairs were being handled by military cantonment boards. This will now change. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
And moving now to our special exclusive, well, India's envoy to Laos spoke to NDTV about the entire fake jobs issue. Remember, India had issued an advisory against fake jobs as well. The ambassador also spoke about the human trafficking issue, which is a deeply contentious one. Take a look.
The last couple of months, we have seen
youths getting duped to work in the Southeast Asian countries like Cambodia and Laos has also appeared in such cases where people have come over here on fake job assurances and getting trapped. You spoke about that how the embassy has managed to sort of rescue more than 400 people so far. But what has been done beyond rescuing more than normal messaging, like we keep issuing advisories, but more than that, what has been the situation on the ground or your assessment that why do people are getting trapped every now and then despite assurances and advisories?
I would like to assure you that for Government of India, starting from the embassy, but of course Ministry of External Affairs and all our other authorities, tackling this problem has been our highest priority, an issue which is taken with utmost seriousness. We have of course issued very detailed advisories to inform public about the need to be wary of and be careful before accepting such job offers. But we have also been working very closely with a rescue, and we have successfully rescued and repatriated 488 persons so far. This is an ongoing work, and we continue to work very closely with the government here to make sure that this problem is minimized and Indian travelers and citizens are safe and secure.
And moving now, well, after this absolutely incredible victory, 3 cricketing legends have decided to hang up their boots. After Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, Ravindra Jadea announced his retirement from T20 International as well. After, of course, they won the ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2024, beating South Africa in the finals. This is, of course, after, as I said, two of pioneering cricketers announced their T20 retirement. Take a look.
A bittersweet moment for Indian cricket fans. On one hand, India lifted an ICC trophy after 11 long years, fulfilling the dreams of over 1 billion people. On the other hand, 3 stalwarts of Team India said goodbye to the shortest format.
T20 retire करूँगा मैं, but situation ऐसा आ गया. I thought it is the perfect situation for me, and nothing better than winning the cup and saying goodbye.
Australia win the World Cup for the 6th time. Rohit Sharma had come close to lifting an ICC trophy on 3.
Feel like you can't get a run, and then you come out and then things happen. God is great. I bow my head in gratitude. I'm just really grateful I was able to get the job done for the team on the day that it mattered the most.
King Kohli, who didn't have a great World Cup tournament, T20 international career. Thank you for the memories, the cheers and the unwavering support. It is an end of an era for Indian cricket, with the likes of Rohit, Virat and Jadea taking...
And he says, as a player, Surya keeps improving and adapts quickly. Listen in.
सूर्या के वो कैच के बारे में मैं शुरुआत करूंगा. सर, आप उनके कोच रह चुके हैं, क्या कहेंगे?
कि उस वक्त हम जस्ट बाहर से घर की तरफ पहुंच रहे थे और गाड़ी से उतरने का था, तो मेरा लड़का मुझे बोला था कि नहीं रहेगा, और सूर्या ने कैच बना के वर्ल्ड कप अपने हाथ में ले लिया.
सर, पूरे टूर्नामेंट में सूर्या अच्छा खेला है, ऐसा नहीं है. कल जो है उसने एक शॉट मारा और वो वहाँ पे कैच आउट हो गया. कल सूर्या की सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत थी भारतीय टीम को. ऐसे नहीं तो वैसे सूर्या ने अपना काम तो कर ही लिया, बट क्या सूर्या को और इम्प्रूव करने की ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि फ्यूचर है वो भारतीय क्रिकेट टीम का?
नहीं, इम्प्रूव तो करते रहेंगे, क्योंकि उनका जितना प्रैक्टिस चलता है, उनके साथ में जो सब बड़े बड़े कोचेस रहते हैं वो सब करके लेते हैं. खुद का भी ध्यान रहता है, ज़्यादा ध्यान तो उसका मैच जब मैं देखता हूँ तो मेरा भी ध्यान उसके ऊपर रहता है कि किधर गलती कर रहा है, उसको कैसा रेक्टिफाई करना है. उसको मेरा व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेज जाता है और करेक्शन होके दूसरा दिन जब मैं देखता हूँ तो करेक्शन होके भी आता है. तो उसको मालूम है मुझे क्या चाहिए, उसको क्या चाहिए, मुझे कैसा जाना है, उसको कैसा जाना है. क्योंकि अभी बड़ा क्रिकेट में जाना है तो मुझे मेरा क्लियरिटी बहुत ज़रूरी है कि मुझे कैसा जाना है, और क्लियरिटी उसके पास है.
आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर. लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकते हैं.
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं.
पैसाबाजार.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Friends, it's time now to move into my personal favorite section, which is called Ask TG, and it's for a reason, क्योंकि आप मुझसे सवाल पूछते हैं and I get back to you with full details on all your questions. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. You know, it's very easy.
You're watching Be the People. I'm Rishika Barua. The National Testing Agency in India has made national and international headlines lately. The NEET, the UGC NET exams were cancelled following a series of irregularities in the marking system and subsequently allegations of paper leak. The UGC CSIR was also delayed due to logistical reasons, and the NEET postgraduate exam has also been delayed now, which the government says is because of a precautionary measure. Needless to say, India's nodal testing body, the NTA, has failed India students. And now its very premise is under the scanner. An expert committee has been called to plug the leaks and fix the mess. But the question really is, with lakhs of students' lives at stake, with lakhs of students' futures at stake, is the removal of the NTA head enough? Or is there a need to perhaps rethink the entire existence of the NTA and the whole processes with which exams are conducted in India, the seriousness with which exams are conducted in India? NTA has been in existence for only 7 years. It was set up in 2017 with a nod from the Indian cabinet, and it was set up as an autonomous testing body under the Education Ministry. This body was set up and it conducts not one but 15 crucial entrance exams for higher educational institutions across the length and breadth of India. Before the NTA was formed, government bodies such as the UGC or the Central Board of Secondary Education, which is the CBSE, or central universities such as DU, JNU, etc., they were all conducting their own exams. NTA was inspired by the US body, the Educational Testing Service body, established through a legislation in our country to ensure autonomy and transparency in examination system. 7 years later, none of those two criteria have been fulfilled. Paper leaks and cancellation of exams is not an NTA problem alone. While we'll ask questions of the NTA, it's an India problem. Data from just the last 5 years alone bears testament to the fact that India has indeed failed students in the conduct of free and fair examinations of not just any exams. These are crucial, life-changing exams. They are perhaps among the most difficult exams that anybody can give in their lifetime, and there are students who give not 1, 2, but even 3 attempts. Now, initially, this entire episode of NEET, at least this year, was met with a government denial. Now the government of the day and even the courts have stepped in to take charge of the situation. But sadly, absolutely nothing has changed as far as the students are concerned who are grappling with uncertainty, who have questions. These are students who are already burdened with the stress of some of the toughest and most competitive Indian exams. On We the People tonight, we simply want answers. Joining us in the studio, Professor C.B. Sharma. He's a professor of education, IGNOU. Thank you very much for being with us. Vrinda Sarup, former Secretary, Ministry of Education, Government of India. Anand Kumar, the founder of Super 30. Meeta Gupta, renowned education.
NTA says कि competent students में एक range भी तो होती है. 665 से लेके 720 के इंक्रीमेंट आया और 520 से 620 के बीच में सिर्फ 78%. अगर बढ़ने चाहिए तो हर एक रेंज के स्टूडेंट की बहुत ज़्यादा इफेक्ट होती है इस चीज़ से. और उसके बाद फिर हर कोई बोलता है कि इस साल भी नहीं हुआ, इस साल भी नहीं हुआ. अब मेरे 650 मार्क्स हैं और अगर मेरे 650 मार्क्स पे भी मुझे कॉलेज नहीं मिलेगा तो फिर क्या इफेक्ट करेगा ये आने वाले स्टूडेंट्स को भी जो अगले साल एग्जाम्स देंगे. उनका तो कॉन्फिडेंस ही डाउन हो जाएगा. अब जैसे इंडिया में बाहर से इतने सारे पेशेंट्स आते हैं अपने ऑपरेशंस करवाने, उनका तो कॉन्फिडेंस ही नहीं रहेगा हमारी कंट्री पे हर चीज को अफेक्ट करता है पेपर. अगर ये स्टूडेंट्स आगे जाके डॉक्टर्स बनेंगे तो हमारा हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डिक्लाइन हो जाएगा.
Fair point. What is your demand to anybody who's watching this show and listening to you? What is it that you're demanding as a student who gave
reconducted an exam? You take a drop for that exam. There are holistically two different approaches for that exam. Like in the case of a re-NEET, if we all demand the re-NEET, that is like हमें जो 12 महीने या 9 महीने का काम है, we have to do it in 45 days or 30 days, जितना भी honorable.
Would you rather that you take another year or test?
It is like I am just 17, so there won't be a problem if I take a drop. But what's the point of giving an examination which is not fair to everyone? Like there is no point of.
You don't trust the
system पे कि एग्जाम हम दोबारा भी दे रहे हैं तो एटलीस्ट ट्रस्टेड तो हो.
Okay, I think that really exemplifies what the students in our country are feeling today, which is a sense of complete mistrust and a sense of complete despair as far as this system is concerned. Professor Sharma, if I can begin by asking you, you've heard from the students, there is a complete failure.
This exam anywhere in the world where more than 22 lakh students appear. This is the largest exam. So you have to keep in mind that this has to be high stake, and this is the single exam for admitting students to medical colleges. So this is high stake. I just heard the student, he has spent 3 years preparing for just this exam.
Yes.
So this is definitely very high stake. When the stake is high, the fight would be higher, and the number is high, as we all understand.
Yes.
So this has also become political in that sense, that when you have large numbers, all would like to lap this issue so that they automatically get so many followers. Look, about my information is about 23,000 students appeared, and there are just 1,20,000 seats in the colleges. 21 lakh are bound to fail. So you conduct the retest any number of times, and 21 lakh would fail always. Every time you have that opportunity to say, no, the exam was not fair, and how have these 21 lakh failed? Give them another chance. And all would like to get that chance. I'm not being unfair to the students. I'm a teacher. They are my target. I have spent my life for them. So I have to tell them, look, बेटा ये नहीं है कि तुम परीक्षा दे दिए तो पास करोगे ही, ऐसा है, ये स्थिति नहीं समझाई गई है. What I believe, as NTA should have disseminated all this data. Have you ever heard NTA representative explaining the situation? No. It's either the political parties, the opposition, because it's a crucial time.
Or it's people like yourselves who've lent your voice and some perspective to this entire situation that we're seeing unfold. Vrinda Swaroop, you've been with us across several times that we've sort of covered this. I want to understand from you, given the data that is so readily available, whether it is the state conductive exams or whether it's what's happening with NTA, why is it that despite paper leaks being such a common phenomena in our country, unfortunately I have to use those words, why is it that we don't have contingency plans, or we can't manage to plug this situation? I mean, the whole fairness of the system has now raised questions on the viability of its existence.
So there are ways of plugging it. There are ways of doing a well-formed exam or well-organized exam, and there have been examples in our country in the past also. So I don't think there is a lack of capacity to get it done. It just needs great arrangements every and each time. And as it was pointed out, this is a particularly fiercely contested exam, and therefore the precautions should have been 3 times more than what you would normally do. So I think, having said that, there is also a factor which we have to take into regard, that, any system you set up, there are always elements who will start to game it after a while. And this happens over and over again in many, related areas of education. So you have to be alert to that. And as a testing agency, you have to be technologically ahead of that curve so that you preserve the sanctity of your exams each and every time.
Because, like I asked you, there has been a complete breakdown as far as the faith in the system is concerned. You heard it from the students on this show. These are students, we've been hearing it from students across the country in articles on television channels where students just say that we don't trust the system anymore. Anand Kumar, I want to ask you a very important point that Vrinda Swaroop actually raised on the fact that we haven't been able to optimally use technology. Do you believe that technology presents itself as one of the solutions, that we could perhaps better use existing technology or develop new technology in order to fix this system which is completely broken at so many levels?
दरअसल में जो भी हमारे बच्चे हैं जो कंप्लेन कर रहे हैं उनका बोलना बड़ा वाजिब है। 6 क्लास में क्लास 7 से 8 से बच्चे तैयारी करते हैं, कोचिंग वालों को पैसा देते हैं, माता पिता आखिरी जमीन बेच के भी बच्चों को कोटा और कई जगहों पर भेजते हैं पढ़ने के लिए। तो ऐसी दुर्घटनाएं घट जाती हैं तो बड़ा लोगों का विश्वास घट जाता है। और ये कोई जो आप सवाल पूछा कि टेक्नोलॉजी से इसको रोका जा सकता है या पेन पेपर वाला रहने दिया जाए, तो ईमान कैसा इस पर डिपेंड करता है। हमारा तो मानना है पेन पेपर रहने दिया जाना चाहिए। टेक्नोलॉजी क्या उसमें भी क्रैक किया जा सकता है, पासवर्ड से आपको सब चीजें जानकारी, उसमें तो पता करना भी मुश्किल होगा। ये पेन पेपर वाला क्या है ना कि जो गांव के बच्चे हैं, देहात के बच्चे, उनको भी परीक्षा देने का मौका मिलता है।
मैंने इसीलिए आनंद कुमार जी, मैंने इसीलिए टेक्नोलॉजी पर सवाल आपसे पूछा था क्योंकि टेक्नोलॉजी पर बहुत चर्चा हुई है। क्या fixing technology or getting a computerized system, is it possible, is it viable, and how does this impact even state level exams? मैंने इसीलिए आपसे ये सवाल स्पेसिफिकली पूछा था क्योंकि अगर आप कहते हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी से ये प्रॉब्लम फिक्स नहीं हो सकती है, तो आपके एक्सपीरियंस में ये कैसे फिक्स हो सकती है?
ये बड़ा जो अभी सबसे पहले दोषियों को पकड़ा जाए, उनको इतनी सख्त सजा दी जाए, उनको बेल ना मिले, ऐसा केस बनाया जाए, तब जाके ये लोग डरेंगे और ऐसा काम नहीं करेंगे। लेकिन अगर कुछ दिनों के लिए वो जेल जाते हैं या जांच चलते रहता है तो फिर लोगों का मन बढ़ जाता है। तो सजा सख्त होनी चाहिए और जहां जहां ये चाहे एनटीए में लोग हों या बाहरी लोग हों जो जिनकी मिली भगत हो, उन पर सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। और दूसरी बात, परीक्षा जो है, जो बच्चे बोल रहे हैं री एग्जाम की बात बोल रहे हैं, तो री एग्जाम होने चाहिए। 1997 में मुझे याद है कि आईआईटी का पेपर लीक हो गया था, चर्चा हुई थी, उसमें 2 सेंटर पर लीक हुआ था, लेकिन सरकार ने डिसीजन लिया और पूरे इंडिया में फिर से आईआईटी का एग्जाम हुआ था एडवांस का। तो मेरा मानना है कि यही होना चाहिए, दोबारा भी एग्जाम होनी चाहिए।
ओके, आपका मानना है दोबारा एग्जाम होनी चाहिए। इससे स्टूडेंट्स की मेंटल हेल्थ पे क्या असर पड़ेगा, मैं इस पर भी आपसे सवाल पूछूंगी। बट Meeta, I want to understand from you as an educationist, you have written extensively also about practical solutions. It's all very well for us to have conversations in the studio, sitting here and trying to figure out what it is that is a solution or a series of solutions. While we understand there are no quick answers and no TV conversations are not going to solve this problem, where is
future, which includes technology and non-technology solutions. इंडिया जैसे कंट्री में प्योर टेक्नोलॉजी सोल्यूशन होगा ही नहीं, हाइब्रिड सोल्यूशन ही होगा, बिकॉज दे विल बी पीपल जहाँ पे इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं जाएगी, आपकी कनेक्टिविटी नहीं जाएगी, आपके कैमरास नहीं जा पाएंगे, एटसेट्रा। हमारे सोल्यूशंस होने पड़ेंगे हाइब्रिड। Sure, to build that, we have experts on your panel. We have the most amazing people who have run education administration right here on the panel, who have taught the best of the best. Yet none of us is an assessment expert. And I think what NTA is suffering from is the fact that in our country, we are now building assessment expertise. एग्जाम के लिए आपके किस तरह की साइबर सिक्योरिटी चाहिए, एग्जाम के लिए आपको किस तरह की ट्रेन्स चाहिए, किस तरह की मार्किंग्स चाहिए, कौन सी पुलिस की बिहेवियर होनी चाहिए जो डंडा ना लगाए लेकिन बच्चों को सिक्योर रखे, आप किस तरह की डेटा ट्रैकिंग करेंगे सो दैट यू आर एबल टू पुट some sort of visibility on centers that have people coming from very far away, so that सामने दिख जाए अरे ये क्या हो रहा है इस सेंटर में। Even you do have CCTVs and camera, you can have a centralized office, जिस तरह से Facebook अपने करता है जो प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं सिचुएशन के, they have a centralized office, उस समय आप प्रॉब्लम रिपोर्ट करें, आप सेंट्रल
serves as some kind of a catalyst to shake up the system. But I'll give the final word to Anand Kumar. Anand, I want to give you the final word here because I feel like at the end of the day, I began this by saying this is it may be a government problem. We have questions of the NTA, but at the end of the day, it is the students who want answers. It's very simply people's lives, people's futures, people's years of hard work that is really at stake here. आपका क्या मानना है कि इस वक्त आप स्टूडेंट्स को क्या बोलेंगे एंड सरकार को क्या बोलेंगे?
सरकार को तो सबसे पहले बोलेंगे, रिक्वेस्ट के मोड में ही बोलेंगे कि आप जांच बहुत अच्छे से कराइए. जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन में बाहर आती है चीजें, क्वेश्चन सेटिंग से लेके, प्रिंटिंग से लेके, वहां पहुंचाने से लेके, सेंटर तक पहुंचने में जहां भी सिस्टम में कमियां हैं, जो दोषी है उस पर तो कार्रवाई हो, और कैसे लीक हुआ उसको कैसे मजबूत किया जाए, इसके लिए एक्सपर्ट्स हैं. तो एक्सपर्ट का राय लीजिए कि अगली दफा इसकी पुनरावृत्ति नहीं हो, फिर ऐसी चीजें नहीं हो. और बच्चों को चाहेंगे कि बच्चे आप घबराइए मत. बहुत बार जिंदगी में ऐसी चीजें आ जाती है जो अचानक होती है, तो इसलिए आप तैयारी करते रहिए. हमारा गवर्नमेंट से भी रिक्वेस्ट है कि एक मौका बच्चों को दिया जाए, और जो बच्चे तैयारी कर रहे हैं 3 साल 4 साल से लगे हुए, उनको एक मौका मिलना चाहिए ताकि एक बार फिर से दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी करने का मौका मिले, ताकि कोई बच्चे को शिकायत
नहीं. लेकिन एक छोटा सवाल और पूछो कि जब बच्चों की बात आती है, बिकॉज it's literally putting children in a pressure cooker. These are students who are appearing for, like I said, the most competitive, the toughest exams of their lives. And when something like this happens and they, children on the show come and say that we've lost faith in the system, we don't trust the process, I think we have larger issues to deal with as far as the morale of our students are concerned.
नहीं, आपने ठीक बोला. वो प्रेशर कुकर की तरह वो लोग फटने की स्थिति में, बहुत कष्ट में ये बात मानते हैं, लेकिन इसको हल्का कैसे किया जाए अभी ये सोचने का वक्त है. और अगली बार ना हो ये सोचने का है. अगर हम री एग्जाम नहीं कराते हैं, इसी में कुछ करके मैनेज कर देते हैं, तो सच में प्रेशर कुकर की तरह बच्चे फट जाएंगे.
It's very important that we acknowledge that for what it is. Professor Sharma, I have very little time, please. That this is something that has rocked the Indian Parliament, with even the President of India acknowledging that this is a mess that needs to be fixed. One sincerely hopes that the unfortunate events that has got us to this day actually leads in catalyzing real change as far as the education system is concerned. I'm afraid that's all the time we have tonight on We the People. If you have
तो बेसिकली अगर आप एंड्रॉयड यूज़ करते हैं या आईफोन यूज़ करते हैं, डजेंट मैटर, आपको दोनों ही ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम्स में बहुत इजी ऑप्शन मिल जाता है जहां पे यू कैन गो टू द सेटिंग्स एंड वहां से यू कैन म्यूट योर अननोन नंबर्स, या एंड्रॉयड में यू कैन ब्लॉक कॉल्स फ्रॉम अननोन नंबर्स. तो अगर कोई अननोन नंबर जो आपकी कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट में नहीं है ट्राइज टू कॉल यू, फोन वोंट रिंग, आप थोड़ा सा सुकून एंजॉय कर पाएंगे. फॉर अ फैक्ट आप ये काम व्हाट्सएप पे भी कर सकते हैं. यू कैन म्यूट ऑल योर कॉल्स कमिंग फ्रॉम अननोन नंबर्स. ये बहुत अच्छा तो है ही, बट आई वुड से इट्स ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू अवॉइड दीज स्कैम कॉल्स, बिकॉज समटाइम्स इट्स जस्ट अ नॉर्मल स्पैम, बट समटाइम्स it's scammers calling you, approaching you, just trying to take some money out of pocket. तो उससे बचने के लिए भी it's a nice way for us to avoid any unknown numbers. जैसा मैंने just अभी किया, मतलब I'll turn on the setting. You can do it too. It's a nice tip. Please share with all your friends.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
A stormy Parliament session likely on Monday. Parliament set for a heated debate on the NEET row. The opposition also likely to raise the Agnipath issue. The Aam Aadmi Party to protest against the misuse of agencies. This is BJP's Anurag Thakur is set to lead the motion of thanks debate. New criminal laws to come into force on Monday. The new criminal code to replace the British-era laws. This is police across states set to hold a special event on the 1st of July. Assault in Bengal's Islampur caught on camera. Viral video shows public attacks on a woman. The BJP and the left say the accused linked to a local TMC neta. Meanwhile, the police arrest the man who was seen beating the woman in public view. A flood-like situation in parts of North India. A rain red alert for parts of Delhi, UP and Maharashtra. In Ahmedabad, houses submerged and vehicles swept away. A cash from Marks scam unearthed in Assam's Guwahati University. The Assam CID arrests 9 students in the Marksheet scam. France votes in the high-stakes political battle. Will Macron's snap polls gamble pay off? T20 legends hang up their boots. Jadea announces T20 international retirement. Virat, Kohli, Rohit, Sharma and Jadea all bid T20 goodbye. Set to play out in Parliament. In fact, the Aam Aadmi Party is set to protest against what they call the misuse of central agencies as well. In fact, they protested earlier also. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal will be staying in jail after the CBI also arrested him in the money law in the liquor policy case. So all of that will be playing out in Parliament on Monday when the BJP, well, it will be Anurag Thakur who will be leading the motion of thanks debate on the President's address that happened last week. Meanwhile, on the eve of the important Parliament session, a fresh flashpoint playing out with the Congress writing to the Speaker. Well, Congress MP Manikam Tagore wrote to the Lok Sabha Speaker asking the House to lift COVID curbs or COVID restrictions on journalists. Remember, Manikam Tagore says that journalists are being restricted from covering the Parliament in the garb of India's justice system. And this replaces, of course, the British-era colonial criminal laws as well. In fact, the government says that the bid is to provide speedy justice to people. And this also, in a sense, is a new era as far as our justice system.
The idea behind is citizen first, dignity first and justice first. This was mooted by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and in fact the Union Home Secretary has been referring to asking state governments to work with data and not danda. But the situation is such that, you know, the legal fraternity says that from tomorrow onwards there would be 2 sets of laws. One, before the constitutional experts and the lawyer community says that there has not been much of a change from IPC to the, this BNS, that is the Bharatiya Nyaya Sahita. They say in the old law that about 511 sections were there, and now in the new law 358 sections are there. Similarly with the CRPC, it is again a job of cut paste. That is what the legal fraternity and the constitutional experts are alleging. Although the centre has been giving, reasons that now you can report incidents online, because earlier there were always a matter of jurisdiction that if the crime is held under one jurisdiction, you cannot report it in another jurisdiction, but now it would not be the case. You could file FIRs anywhere. So a whole lot of reasoning is being done by the legal fraternity also, but the Union Home Ministry maintains that in the end it would be, it would be helping each and everyone to get justice. time. But the big question, Vedant, is digitization, because, you know, states have been opposing, saying that the
cash for marks scam that has been unearthed from the Guwahati University in Assam. In fact, 9 people have now been arrested by the state CID, which is investigating the case. Remember, it was first from a clubbing video there, and you can see those bystanders there not intervening for a very long time. The police have now arrested the attacker. In fact, this has now led to a political blame game as well. The BJP and the left in Bengal say that the goon or the attacker in this particular case is linked to the TMC. In fact, is linked to a local TMC leader, is what the BJP and the left say. The TMC says these are all false allegations. So larger questions being raised on the law and order situation as well. Listen in to what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, in fact, of the Congress had to say, and then Saurabh with the latest.
सारे देश में हर जगह चुनाव हुए हैं.
What it has led to also is police action, and of course the police have taken this man into custody. The viral video that clearly shows a man dressed in a black t-shirt and blue jeans beating up a woman and a man while a crowd of onlookers are watching has led to political outrage. Being repeatedly assaulted by this man. He even kicks her apart from assaulting her with her stick, and then of course also proceeds to beat up the man with her, and that has also been caught on camera. The police have taken this accused into custody. He has been identified by members of the opposition parties on social media, and many believe that he is known for this sort of street justice in the area. Now this has also led to huge political outrage, and also this incident has led to political accusations and counter accusations, but this of course remains a very, very shameful incident where a man is clearly seen on camera beating up a woman and also beating up a man who was accompanying her, and this has led to political outrage and also police action. The police have resisted a case and taken the man who's been accused of this brutal crime into custody.
An absolutely horrific story there. But moving now to the other big headline, rain fury across North India, and it's just the onset of monsoon and a sort of a collapse of urban infrastructure across North India. In fact, these are visuals coming in from Ahmedabad. A road caved in there, and similar visuals coming in from across Gujarat. In fact, waterlogging, inundation, a flood-like situation almost in Gujarat just in the onset of monsoon. And there you can see those houses, ground floors of office buildings also submerged entirely. Vehicles being swept away as well as far as Gujarat is concerned. There you can see how a tree fell on a car which was parked in one of the low-lying areas in Ahmedabad. In fact, a heavy rain alert has been issued for the next couple of days as well for parts of Gujarat.
So at present monsoon is in active phase. So if you talk about the forecast, presently for northeastern state we are expecting extremely heavy rainfall for next 2 days, specifically Arunachal Pradesh, mean more than 20 centimeter. For that we have given red alert for Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Meghalaya and sub-Himalayan West Bengal, Sikkim for today, and for Arunachal for day 1 and day 2. And if you talk about the other parts of the country, specifically central part or northwest India, everywhere we are expecting, we are experiencing also light to moderate rainfall and somewhere heavy rainfall also.
And with that, we'll take a short break now. News continues on the other side.
Moving next, because हम gadgets की बात कर ही रहे हैं, let's just go back to the most commonly used gadget that we all have in our pockets, the smartphone. और अगर हम इसको analyze करें तो आपको लगता होगा this is just a device to play games, watch some content, या phone पे बात कर लो या text कर लो. But you know what? There's a lot happening behind the scenes because this small little device is packed with multiple sensors. हो सकता है आपने सुना होगा about accelerometer या gyroscope कि कैसे ये sensors काम करते हैं. जब आप अपनी गैलरी में किसी फोटो देखते जब फोन को रोटेट करते हैं तो फोटो रोटेट हो जाती है all thanks to accelerometer. या फिर जैसे आप जब गेम्स खेलते हैं तो how you can use some gestures all thanks to gyroscope. But इसके अलावा In a standard smartphone, normally we have from 15 to 20 different kinds of sensors working round the clock to make sure कि जो आपका experience है वो बहुत अच्छा हो जाए. I'll give you a few examples. For example, we have the proximity sensor. ये सेंसर स्क्रीन के ऊपर यहाँ लगा होता है एंड बेसिकली द आइडिया इज टू डिटेक्ट कि क्या आपका फोन आपके चेहरे के पास है या नहीं है. सो व्हेन यू पिक अप अ कॉल एंड पुट द फोन नेक्स्ट टू योर फेस, द स्क्रीन गोज डार्क. या फिर जब आपका फोन पॉकेट में होता है द स्क्रीन गोज ऑफ एंड बैटरी कंज्यूम नहीं होती है. सेकेंड सेंसर इज द एम्बियंट लाइट सेंसर, जो कि आपके फोन में ऑटो ब्राइटनेस के लिए काम करता है बिकॉज इट एनालाइजेज व्हाट्स द एम्बियंट लाइट इज एंड उसके अकॉर्डिंग आपके स्क्रीन की ब्राइटनेस को एडजस्ट करता है. नेक्स्ट वी हैव अ बैरोमीटर. आपको लग रहा होगा बैरोमीटर का फोन में क्या काम है. यू नो व्हाट, इट्स ऑल फॉर द एल्टीट्यूड एंड ये हेल्प करता है पेयर्ड विद जीपीएस टू गिव यू अ बेटर एक्यूरेसी एंड बेसिकली वेदर एनालिसिस के लिए भी काम में आता है. एंड फाइनली एक और सेंसर के बारे में बात करते हैं विच इज द कंपस. Compass we all know because we all use navigation. So just to detect that which direction your phone is heading, compass काम आता है to give you the right navigation. And these are just कुछ sensors. इसके अलावा और बहुत सारे sensors हैं packed inside this tiny smartphone. Did you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by writing at tg@ndtv.com. आपके पास में कुछ ऐसा अगर हिडन अपने गैजेट्स के बारे में कहानी है, आई वुड लव टू हियर ऑल दैट.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't win.
Welcome back. An NDTV special report where in a fresh order the government has decided to step up the process of separating civilian areas from the military ones. In fact, property rights of the overall assets in the 13 military cantonments will be shifted to the state municipality. What are going to be the ramifications of this? Earlier, this was considered a controversial move, but take a look at this report.
The property rights over all assets meant for providing civic amenities must be transferred to state municipalities free of cost. Assets and liabilities of cantonment boards will also be transferred. Some civilian land may be retained by the military on a case-by-case basis for the protection of military stations. But why is this being done? There's been a sense in the government that cantonments are a part of an archaic colonial legacy and citizens were unable to access state government welfare schemes. There were 56 cantonments when India became independent. 6 more were notified post-independence, bringing the total to 62. The Defence Ministry owns nearly 1.8 lakh acres, making it the largest landowner in the country. Approximately 1.61 lakh acres are held by cantonment boards within the 62 notified cantonments. Till now, all civil and municipal affairs were being handled by military cantonment boards. This will now change. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Meanwhile, General Upendra Dwivedi has taken over as the Chief of the Army Staff from General Manoj Pande, whose tenure ended a couple of weeks back. In fact, prior to this, General Dwivedi was the Vice Chief of the Army Staff. He's a recipient of the Param Vishisht Seva Medal, also the Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, and 3 General Officer Commanding in Charge commendation cards as well. He had previously served as the Chief of the Army's Northern Command from 2022 to 2024. He provided strategic guidance and operational oversight for operations along the northern and western borders, as well as counter-terror operations in Jammu and Kashmir. And now a special exclusive with India's ambassador to Laos, who of course talked about the much controversial fake job scam. He says we are tackling the scam as a highest priority. In fact, Laos also holds the ASEAN chairmanship and this issue was brought up there as well. In fact, an Indian advisory has also been issued for the entire fake jobs racket.
The last couple of months we have seen youths getting duped to work in the Southeast Asian countries like Cambodia, and Laos has also appeared in such cases where people have come over here on fake job assurances and getting trapped. You spoke about that how the embassy has managed to sort of rescue more than 400 people so far. But what has been done beyond rescuing, more than normal messaging, like we keep issuing advisories, but more than that, what has been the situation on the ground, or your assessment, that why do people are getting trapped every now and then despite assurances and advisories?
I would like to assure you that for Government of India, starting from the embassy, but of course Ministry of External Affairs and all our other authorities, tackling this problem has been our highest priority, an issue which is taken with utmost seriousness. We have of course issued very detailed advisories to inform public about the need to be wary of and be careful before accepting such job offers. But we have also been working very closely with authorities both in India and in Laos to rescue, and we have successfully rescued and repatriated 488 persons so far. This is an ongoing work, and we continue to work very closely with the government here to make sure that this problem is minimized and Indian travelers and citizens are safe and secure.
And moving now to the other big international headline, well, France is voting in the high-stakes snap polls. In fact, it was considered a gamble by the incumbent Macron. In fact, there you can see visuals of him casting his vote as well. Will his gamble pay off or not? That is a big question. Of course, pollsters predict major losses for Macron's party in these polls. And well, it's a season of retirement and goodbyes after the incredible victory in the T20 World Cup. 3 cricketing legends have announced their retirement, from Virat Kohli to Rohit Sharma to now Ravindra Jadea as well. They've decided to hang up their boots. But of course, now Jai Shah of the BCCI has also announced a 125 crore rupee prize for the T20 team, which has of course lifted the World Cup, the T20 World Cup, a truly historic feat. Take a look.
A bittersweet moment for Indian cricket fans. On one hand, India lifted an ICC trophy after 11 long years, fulfilling the dreams of over 1 billion people.
Look at this man here.
On the other hand, 3 stalwarts of Team India said goodbye to the shortest format. With the win in the final of the T20I World Cup, Captain Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli and Ravindra Jadea have now played their last T20 international in the blue jersey. All 3 hoping for a happy send-off, and that is what they got, leaving the stage as world champions. An emotional Rohit Sharma hit the ground, crying his heart out. The weight of an entire nation lifted from his shoulders.
मैंने सोचा नहीं था कि T20 रिटायर करूंगा मैं, but situation ऐसा आ गया. I thought it is the perfect situation for me, and nothing better than winning the cup and saying goodbye.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Friends, it's time now to move into my personal favorite section, which is called Ask TG, and it's for a reason, क्योंकि आप मुझसे सवाल पूछते हैं and I get back to you with full details on all your questions.
To get the job done for the team on the day that it mattered the most.
King Kohli, who didn't have a great World Cup tournament until the final, came to the party when it mattered the most. And just a day later, India all-rounder Ravindra Jadea called curtains on his T20I career as well. The man, famous for his sports-swinging celebration, showed his warrior spirit throughout his time in the sun, winning 4 IPL trophies and a T20I World Cup.
Jadea announced his retirement on social media where he said, "Winning the T20 World Cup was a dream come true, a pinnacle of my T20 international career. Thank you for the memories, the cheers and the unwavering support." It is an end of an era for Indian cricket, with the likes of Rohit, Virat and Jadea taking a back seat and paving the way for the next generation to come and continue the good work. Usama Shab for NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Mute all your calls coming from unknown numbers. ये बहुत अच्छा तो है ही, but I would say it's also very important to avoid these scam calls, because sometimes it's just a normal spam, but sometimes it's scammers calling you, approaching you, just trying to take some money out of your pocket. तो उससे बचने के लिए भी it's a nice way for us to avoid any unknown numbers. जैसे मैंने just अभी किया, मतलब I'll turn on the setting. You can do it too. It's a nice tip. Please share with all your friends.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched.
India is aiming to become the third largest economy in the world soon. But tied up very closely to our growth aspirations is the fact that we are also committed to being socially and environmentally responsible. Now, the World Bank has approved a new development policy loan for India's clean energy transition. And to discuss that further with me, I'm joined by World Bank's India Country Director, Mr. August Kwame. So thank you so much for joining us here on NDTV.
You're welcome very much. Thank you.
So we'll begin by asking you about the second low carbon energy program development policy operation, and how is this taking forward from the first tranche of 8 that World Bank in fact forwarded to the Indian government?
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. This is the second operation that the World Bank provides to the government of India in support of the National Green Hydrogen Mission that the government of India issued in January 2023. It's a very ambitious program for stimulating some technical assistance, and was announced our step in helping implement it was to come up with a 1.5 billion development policy loan, which our board approved in June last year. First, to help the government incentive system for private sector to invest in the production of electrolyzers for green hydrogen and the actual production of green hydrogen. And second, to help encourage the private sector to continue investing in renewable energy, in solar in particular, and wind, so that those can feed into the production of green hydrogen. And third, to help also continue the effort that the government has been making in developing the financing of energy transition through carbon market, for example, or through green bonds. And the second operation is coming now to continue this effort, to make it a bit more concrete. For example, that the government has identified that fertilizers and refineries are going to be the first users of green hydrogen. So the second operation will support government operation to come up with tenders or purchase agreements from refineries or from fertilizer industry. And those purchase agreements will give incentive to the private sector to actually produce by investing so that they will sell to those end users. And there will be other end users that will come in, you know, the steel industry, for example, will be a big user. Transportation will be a big user. Shipping could be. And then the second operation will also continue the effort to encourage the production of renewable energy by connecting renewable energy produced in distant site to the grid, so that they can put their production into the grid, and that will then feed into the production of green hydrogen. And of course, we'll continue the effort of stimulating investment in green energy in general and green hydrogen in particular.
Is this also the second part of the operation? Is it focused more on capacity building as well, or like paving the way for more capacity building?
The package actually has a capacity building component. As I said earlier, even before the National Green Hydrogen Mission was announced, we were providing capacity building or technical assistance or knowledge sharing. You know, green hydrogen is a very new sector for the world, but a few countries have taken some steps already to produce green hydrogen and to use green hydrogen. So in the initial steps, we connected India with those countries that have that were front runners, if you will, and this was knowledge sharing, technical assistance, and that helped us. It certainly helped position the World Bank as a knowledge partner of the government of India in the National Green Hydrogen Mission design and implementation. And you're right. Up to today, there is still need for technical assistance. So yes, we're providing technical assistance in areas such as safety, because you know, producing green hydrogen is new. Therefore, there are some aspects that you want to think about to make sure that the people involved in the production process are safe. So we're looking at safety of production of green hydrogen. We're looking at safety of transportation of green hydrogen. We're looking at capacity building for ensuring that the environmental and social standards are well taken care of. We're also thinking of how you want to produce green hydrogen without putting too much pressure on the national water resources, because green hydrogen consumes quite a bit of water in the production process. So we're looking at technical assistance and providing technical advice in those areas to ensure that, you know, you have a new and exciting industry of green hydrogen emerging without creating some unpleasant surprises on safety and water resource use, for example.
Right. In terms of, you know, the progress that India has made so far, like, you know, because the first tranche of aid went last year from World Bank. So from there to now, in terms of the progress that India has made, and obviously the second tranche has also been approved after seeing the, you know, the forward movement in India's green hydrogen mission as well. Are you satisfied, or are you happy with the pace that India has kept so far?
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, India's ambition under the National Green Hydrogen Mission is to achieve 500 million metric tons of green hydrogen production by 2030. Already, under our first operation, and perhaps even beyond it, because we are of the 100 billion private investment that the government wants to achieve by 2030, there is enough interest from the private sector to already invest 70 billion by 20, you know, already, right? So in the coming months and years, there may be more expression of interest from the private sector. So the goal of 100 billion is probably likely to be exceeded. And secondly, we hope to achieve 3 gigawatt of electrolyzer production by 2026, which will go a long way in achieving the 2030 goal of the government of India. So yeah, a lot of progress, and then some satisfaction in the fact that the government has already issued tenders for production of green hydrogen and electrolyzers, and they've been very good responses to those tenders issues. And as I said, in total, we have 70 billion expression of interest already to produce green hydrogen and electrolyzer, which is quite satisfactory.
In terms of the private sector, because you're talking about the private sector already, do you think that it's still limited among a few players, or what else can be done in order to encourage more private sector investment into this mission? From the World Bank side, what message would you want to send out to them?
Well, the message I would like to send is we don't know of any limitation that the government of India has imposed on who should participate in the green hydrogen movement, if you will. It's open to all private sector, and our sense is that there is sufficient measures put out there to interest the private sector. The government program will help with viability gap funding. So, if a private sector thinks that it's perhaps a bit too risky to invest in green hydrogen now, well, it's not risky because there is a viability gap funding that you will get from the government. And if the private sector says, oh, well, I'm not sure I'll be able to sell my output, well, you will, because there is, under the program, including through the World Bank support, the government is taking a number of actions to stimulate demand, as I said, from fertilizers, from refineries, and there will be more demand coming up. Well, if you're not sure you'll be able to export, if you're a big exporter, you might, because the government is already, there are already contacts between the government and some countries that are interested in importing India's green hydrogen. So I think this is a sector where if you can master the technology, because there is a technological part of it, it's not a simple investment, but if you can master the technology and find the right partnership, it is going to be an area where there will be a lot of opportunities. I think perhaps size matters here, because if you're a very small private sector, it's not very easy to find what you need to invest. But you can enter into partnership with other private sector investors. And in the World Bank, we have the IFC, which is our private sector arm, and we know that many private sector investors are talking to the IFC to express their interest in loans from IFC to invest in green hydrogen. So I will encourage the private sector to seize on this opportunity, because it is the future. India's economy is growing very fast. India will need more energy to power the economy, and that energy will have to be green, because if it is not green, it means that more CO2 will be emitted. And there are sectors that are very dependent on green hydrogen to decarbonize.
Right.
And those sectors are very big in the economy, but they're also very important for export. So there is going to be a big demand for green energy in general, and green hydrogen in particular, because of the need to decarbonize hard to abate sectors. And the demand is going to grow.
Right. So Mr. Kwame, according to you, what should be the 3 focus areas for India to reach the goals that they have set for themselves by the time they reach 2030?
So, well, first is to ensure that the regulations are put in place quickly, because the incentive mechanism is out there. The private sector can use the incentive mechanism. We're working with the government of India on a number of regulations, as I said, for safety, for example. So those regulations, and there will be more regulations to come up with, because this is a new area, and maybe every 6 months, every year, we'll find out, okay, we need a bit more regulations here and there. We need some regulations to connect the green hydrogen site is benefiting from and workers in the sector also will need to be comfortable that they were protected, that the safety standard, and so on and so forth. That's the first thing. The second thing, I think, is to work with the banking sector, the financing system. In our operation, there is a third pillar. First is green hydrogen, then we have renewable energy, but there is also the responding, perhaps through carbon market. Maybe some investors will rely on carbon market. Maybe some will use nature-based solution. Maybe some of them will use direct financing. Maybe some of them will look for partnerships. So this will also be important. And the third thing is, on the youth side, electrons are electrons. When we're using electricity, we don't know where it is coming from, right? But it's important that increasingly there are actions taken to ensure that when you switch your light on, you're getting green energy in it. And that's the consumers cannot do because we don't think beyond just getting light in the house. But the government will know where the light is coming from and working on the continuum of electricity generation, power generation, to ensure continued increase of the share.
See a time when green hydrogen would become affordable also for the Indian consumer, because if you look at the trajectory that solar energy has had in the country, it has been adopted, but it took a bit of time. And also transitioning to renewables is also capital intensive. So would you want to hazard a guess? Because the Indian consumer is price sensitive.
Yeah, so good thing is that the Indian consumer will probably not buy green hydrogen by itself and is fully implemented. You will see, the green hydrogen will become more cost effective than traditional energy. We're already seeing that the production of green hydrogen is already cheaper than the production of fossil fuel. What makes green hydrogen a bit more expensive than fossil fuel is the transportation cost associated with it and the storage associated with it. But the actual production, if you just take the cost of electrolyzers and the production, it's cheaper to produce a unit of green hydrogen than to produce a unit of fossil fuel energy. But fossil fuel energy has the advantage of easier to be conserved, easier perhaps to be shipped and to be transmitted, to be transported. So if we work on those other ancillary aspects of green hydrogen, storage, transport, and maybe safety aspect, it will quickly become cheaper to produce and to use and to consume.
In terms of best practices, if we look at any other country, where do you think that India can learn from in terms of adopt, page or a chapter from someone else's book? Where do you think that the Indian government can help to look at a certain current country's direction?
So there are a few countries in Europe that have, and the US also, that have made progress in green hydrogen production and storage and conservation. Germany is one country that has been talked about. We've organized study tours in a few countries in Europe as well. I think countries such as the Netherlands should be countries to look at as well. But importantly, it's important to remember that green hydrogen, whilst it's a global technology, electrolyzer is a global technology. It's the same almost everywhere. But there is a strong local component in it because how you produce green hydrogen, how you actually get it efficiently depends on your water. What the type of water you use for electrolyzer. How you produce and transport it cheaply depends on where you produce it and where you use it. So in the World Bank, recognizing that there is a strong local country-specific component to green hydrogen technology, we have issued what we call Hydrogen for Development program, which we announced at COP27. And there are a number of countries who have already signed up for it. And so there is knowledge sharing happening between those countries, Brazil, Morocco, Egypt, Turkey, and others. They've signed up, and they're in Chile. Chile and India actually are the first two countries in the global south really moving fast on green hydrogen, at least as they relate to the partnership with the World Bank. So we have a program in Chile that was approved recently, and we have the program in India that was approved June last year. We have a number of new projects coming up for a few other countries. And for some other countries, such as Turkey, we're providing technical assistance and knowledge capacity building. So those countries, they can learn among themselves. They can also learn from countries in Europe. So I would say, yes, be open to learning from other countries, be open to sharing India's experience with other countries, but recognizing that the country-specific factors are important is also very critical.
I want to stay connected to the topic that we are looking at, and this is of course very, very, it is interconnected in the sense that if we look at this year itself, not just in India but across the world, the impact of climate change has been so starkly visible. It has become very real for people. And of course, transitioning to renewable energy is connected to that. But in terms of mitigating the impact of climate change, which is also can have a very adverse impact on India's growth, what do you think India's focus should be in terms of actually tackling this situation?
Wow, India's, this is an area where it is hard to say that India should do just one or two things, because it is a big agenda and India is a big country. I would say first, focus on people, because the impact of climate change on people is almost worrying around the world. Not just in India. The disasters or the climate shocks, when they happen, of course they affect the economy, but they really affect people. So first, how to invest and in what to invest to make people safe, knowing that climate impact is here to stay. Well, it's happening already. It may not stay, but it's happening. We can hide from it. So invest first in making places and people safe, in making coastal regions safe, in making other places safe, and improving the quality of the air quality, for example, and doing things that improves people's health and safety. That's the first thing. Second is making systems safe. So as we build new things, as we retrofit our power grid, for example, or as we retrofit roads, or as we develop cities, ensuring that they're resilient, that they're not going to be hugely impacted by climate shocks. So factoring in the resilience notion, making them more fit for purpose for the climate risky world in which we live today. Then the third thing to do is to think about the future, how to bend the curve of emission going forward, how to act so that we don't emit more CO2s, even more CO2s and more greenhouse gases in the air. So again, this is what we call the mitigation agenda, mitigate the impact of today's from 2005 level. This means using less fossil fuel and more green energy into producing things, into hard-to-abate sectors. So investing in green hydrogen is part of the story. Investing in solar, in floating solar, or in wind energy or in hydro power is good. So that's what our hydro source. A regional energy market to buy hydro from other countries could be a solution, so that the GDP produced in India depends less on fossil fuel and uses more renewable, whether produced in India or elsewhere. So that's, but again, this is not new. The government of India knows this and has been doing a lot of things actually on all these dimensions, and our hope is that this effort will continue.
Right. My last question to you, sir, that India is already facing an unemployment challenge, a jobs challenge rather. Within that parameter, what would you advise or what would you counsel to the Indian government on how, while there, there's a focus on providing more jobs, that they factor in sufficient number of green jobs as well, which the government has spoken about earlier. But how would you, what counsel would you give to the government in terms of generating more green jobs as well while we are tackling the unemployment challenge?
Well, the government has identified this challenge very well, and I think is taking a number of steps. First, if I were to give any advice which the government probably doesn't need is it's great to recognize the challenge, and that's great, and it's good to continue making effort to address it. But coming back to green jobs, and thanks for asking this question because it's relevant for the green hydrogen operation that we're here to discuss. Under the National Green Hydrogen Mission, the government hopes to create 600,000 jobs just in the green hydrogen industry, which is not insignificant. In just one industry, 600,000 jobs is a lot. And I suspect these are direct jobs, and there could be several more indirect jobs related to it. And this is good to have these jobs created because there may be some job lost in the traditional fossil fuel, because some of these fossil fuel sites may close or may not produce as much as before because industry and consumers will want to use more green energy. So if net there is more new job created than job disappearing, that would be great. And if the jobs that are created in the green sector are more inclusive than the jobs that are disappearing in the fossil fuel, it's even better because in the fossil fuel, jobs are, they're not as inclusive. There are not as many women working in hydrocarbon industry as you would want to see. Whilst in the green hydrogen, the jobs are more inclusive. They require more talent, education. Some of the jobs can be done even from home. The hours of work are perhaps more conducive for women, and the nature of the work itself may be conducive to have more women. So I think there will be a lot of pluses. First, more jobs. Second, jobs that are more inclusive. I think beyond that, there are some effort also which a government will want to do purposefully to actually really encourage job creation. So I think if one were to think of embedding more fully the job aspect into the energy transition, it is not inconceivable to think of something that looks like a PLI, but really with a strong job content. So they say, okay, if you're a private sector investor and you want to get a production-linked incentives from the government, you also want to show how much job you're going to create. If you're going to create more jobs than your competitor, you'll get even more incentives, right? Your competitor will get some because they're going to produce something in India, so it's good. But those that are going to make things in India whilst creating even more jobs will get even more government incentives. So, there are ways of making this job agenda even, punchier, I would say.
All right.
Yeah.
So that brings us to the end of this conversation. Mr. Kwame, thank you so much for your time for NDTV.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Garima. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Moving next, because हम gadgets की बात कर ही रहे हैं, let's just go back to the most commonly used gadget that we all have in our pockets, the smartphone. और अगर हम इसको analyze करें, तो आपको लगता होगा this is just a device to play games, watch some content, या phone पे बात कर लो, या text कर लो. But you know what? there's a lot happening behind the scenes because this small little device is packed with multiple sensors. हो सकता है आपने सुना होगा about accelerometer या gyroscope कि कैसे ये sensors काम करते हैं. जब आप अपनी गैलरी में किसी फोटो देखते जब फोन को रोटेट करते हैं तो फोटो रोटेट हो जाती है all thanks to accelerometer. या फिर जैसे आप जब गेम्स खेलते हैं तो how you can use some gestures all thanks to gyroscope. But इसके अलावा in a standard smartphone, normally we have from 15 to 20 different kinds of sensors working round the clock to make sure कि जो आपका experience है वो बहुत अच्छा हो जाए. I'll give you a few examples. For example, we have the proximity sensor. ये सेंसर स्क्रीन के ऊपर यहाँ लगा होता है एंड बेसिकली द आइडिया इज टू डिटेक्ट कि क्या आपका फोन आपके चेहरे के पास है या नहीं है. सो व्हेन यू पिक अप अ कॉल एंड पुट द फोन नेक्स्ट टू योर फेस, द स्क्रीन गोज डार्क. या फिर जब आपका फोन पॉकेट में होता है द स्क्रीन गोज ऑफ एंड बैटरी कंज्यूम नहीं होती है. सेकेंड सेंसर इज द एम्बियंट लाइट सेंसर जो कि आपके फोन में ऑटो ब्राइटनेस के लिए काम करता है बिकॉज इट एनालाइजेज व्हाट्स द एम्बियंट लाइट इज एंड उसके अकॉर्डिंग आपके स्क्रीन की ब्राइटनेस को एडजस्ट करता है. नेक्स्ट वी हैव अ बैरोमीटर. आपको लग रहा होगा बैरोमीटर का फोन में क्या काम है. यू नो व्हाट, इट्स ऑल फॉर द एल्टीट्यूड एंड ये हेल्प करता है.
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
A stormy Parliament session likely on Monday. Parliament set for a heated debate on the NEET row. The opposition also likely to raise the Agnipath issue. The Aam Aadmi Party to protest against the misuse of agencies. This is BJP's Anurag Thakur is set to lead the motion of thanks debate. New criminal laws to come into force on Monday. The new criminal code to replace the British-era laws. This is police across states set to hold a special event on the 1st of July. Assault in Bengal's Islampur caught on camera. A viral video shows public attacks on a woman. The BJP and the Left say the accused linked to a local TMC neta. Meanwhile, the police arrest the man who was seen beating the woman in public view. A flood-like situation in parts of North India. A rain red alert for parts of Delhi, UP and Maharashtra. In Ahmedabad, houses submerged and vehicles swept away. A cash from marks scam unearthed in Assam's Guwahati University. The Assam CID arrests 9 students in the Marksheet scam. France votes in the high-stakes political battle. Will Macron's snap polls gamble pay off? T20 legends hang up their boots. Jadea announces T20 international retirement. Virat, Kohli, Rohit, Sharma and Jadea all bid T20 goodbye. Hello and welcome to watching NDTV. I am Vedant Agarwal. Our top story, well, the Parliament is set to reconvene on Monday and it's going to be one stormy session with the BJP leading the motion of thanks debate and the opposition set to raise the NEET and the Agnipath issue. In fact, Rahul Gandhi has released a video as well talking about this entire controversy. In fact, earlier he had claimed that his mic was turned off when he stood up in Parliament to speak. So all of that set to play out in Parliament. In fact, the Aam Aadmi Party is set to protest against what they call the misuse of central agencies as well. In fact, they protested earlier also. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal will be staying in jail after the CBI also arrested him in the money law in the liquor policy case. So all of that will be playing out in Parliament on Monday when the BJP, well, it will be Anurag Thakur who will be leading the motion of thanks debate on the President's address that happened last week. Meanwhile, on the eve of the important Parliament session, a fresh flashpoint playing out with the Congress writing to the Speaker. Well, Congress MP Manikam Tagore wrote to the Lok Sabha Speaker asking the House to lift COVID curbs or COVID restrictions on journalists. Remember, Manikam Tagore says that journalists are being restricted from covering the Parliament in the garb of a COVID protocol. Well, remember, the Speaker or the BJP is yet to respond, though of course we had a BJP spokesperson on NDTV who said that there should be a conciliatory response to this and some sort of consensus could be arrived at. Remember, these are visuals of the old Parliament. There is no central hall anymore. Our justice system is concerned. Up for this all-important day. Neeta Sharma, who tracks the Home Ministry for us, is joining us live on the phone line. So, Neeta, how are state police gearing up for this? A special event, I'm told, is also being organized across police stations tomorrow.
Absolutely. You know, the Home Ministry says that from tomorrow onwards, there would be two sets of laws. One, before any case which is registered before 30th of June 2024 would be governed by the old set of laws, and new set of laws would set after 12 p.m. tonight. Old law, that about 511 sections were there, and now in the new law, 358 sections are there. Similarly, with the CRPC, it is again a job of cut paste. That is what the legal fraternity and the constitutional experts are alleging. Although the states have been opposing, saying that the paraphernalia needed for the digitization is not available with many states. In fact, the Union Home Minister had said
from a college affiliated to the Guwahati University, where this entire scam came into light, and of course now the larger conspiracy is also being investigated by the Assam CID. Of course, it also comes in the backdrop of the NEET-NET controversy. It is linked to a local TMC leader, is what the BJP and the left say. The TMC says these are all false allegations. So larger questions being raised on the law and order situation as well. Listen in to what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, in fact, of the Congress had to say, and then Saurabh with the latest.
Over this case, and what it has led to also is police action, and of course the police have taken this man into custody. The viral video that clearly shows a man dressed in a black t-shirt and blue jeans beating up to huge political outrage, and the visuals they show this woman being repeatedly assaulted by this man. He even kicks her, apart from assaulting her with her stick, and then of course also proceeds to beat up the man with her, and that has also led to political outrage and also police action. The police have resisted a case and taken the man who's been accused of this brutal crime into custody.
An absolutely horrific story there. But moving now to the other big headline, rain fury across North India, and it's just the onset of monsoon and a sort of a collapse of urban infrastructure across North India. In fact, these are visuals coming in from Ahmedabad. A road caved in there, and similar visuals coming in from across Gujarat. In fact, waterlogging, inundation, a flood-like situation almost in Gujarat just in the onset of monsoon. And there you can see those houses, ground floors of office buildings also submerged entirely. Vehicles being swept away as well as far as Gujarat is concerned. There you can see how a tree fell on a car which was parked in one of the low-lying areas in Ahmedabad. In fact, a heavy rain alert has been issued for the next couple of days as well for parts of Gujarat.
So at present, monsoon is in active phase. So if you talk about the forecast, presently for northeastern state, we are expecting extremely heavy rainfall for next 2 days, specifically Arunachal Pradesh, mean more than 20 centimeter. For that, we have given red alert for Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Meghalaya, and sub-Himalayan West Bengal, Sikkim for today.
NDTV proudly upholds its
To the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride. We cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
A debate has many facets. Perhaps no one right answer. Left, right and center. conversations that get to the core of the debate.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights?
As well, Vishnu Sharma with the latest.
The property rights over all assets meant for providing civic amenities must be transferred to states. Assets and liabilities of cantonment boards will also be transferred. Some civilian land may be retained by the military on a case-by-case basis for the protection of military stations. But why is this being done? There's been a sense in the government that cantonments are a part of an archaic colonial legacy and citizens were unable to access state government welfare schemes. There were 56 cantonments when India became independent. 6 more were notified post-independence, bringing the total to 62. The Defence Ministry owns nearly 1.8 lakh acres, making it the largest landowner in the country. Approximately 1.61 lakh acres are held by cantonment boards within the 62 notified cantonments. Till now, all civil and municipal affairs were being handled by military cantonment boards. This will now change. Vishnu Sharma for NDTV.
And moving now to the big international headline, well, France is voting in the high-stakes snap polls, and it's a big test for the incumbent Macron. In fact, those are visuals of him casting his vote as well. Remember, he called for the surprise polls in a big gamble. Pollsters, of course, say that his party will suffer major losses. Will his gamble pay off? That is the big question. And moving now to the other big headline, well, after the incredible T20 World Cup victory, the men in blue are set to return to India, likely on Tuesday. And this as the BCCI officials have almost been summoned to meet the Prime Minister after the T20 World Cup meet. The Prime Minister will be meeting the BCCI officials who've been called to the national capital straight. In fact, Rika Roy, I'm being told, is now joining us live on the phone line. So, Rika, the victors in blue will return on Tuesday, but this crucial meeting ahead of that.
That's right. They are expected to return on Tuesday, Vedant. But as of now, after their Caribbean conquest, Team India is stuck in Barbados. What we understand is that there is Hurricane Beryl, which is the first of the Atlantic hurricanes, is expected to hit the island of Barbados, and there will be maximum sustained winds, the speeds of which will be about 200, and really waiting to see what storm creates, and thereon organize their travel schedule.
The return of the men in blue there, but as Rika is pointing out, a private chartered plane is now being arranged for the Indian team there as well. And as Rika is pointing out, fans googling about the weather condition there as well. But truly an incredible victory, and now key meeting of the BCCI officials with the Prime Minister as well. But after the T20 World Cup victory, 3 cricketing legends from Virat Kohli to Rohit Sharma to Ravindra Jadea now, they have announced their retirement from T20 internationals. This, of course, comes after the historic T20 World Cup victory.
A bittersweet moment for Indian cricket fans. On one hand, India lifted an ICC trophy after 11 long years, fulfilling the dreams of over 1 billion people. On the other hand, 3 stalwarts of Team India said goodbye to the shortest format. With the win in the final of the T20I World Cup, Captain Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli and Ravindra Jadea have now played their last T20 international in the blue jersey. All three hoping for a happy send-off, and that is what they got, leaving the stage as world champions. An emotional Rohit Sharma hit the ground, crying his heart out. The weight of an entire nation lifted from his shoulders. Fully emotional, said that irrespective of the result in the final, it would have been his last game for India in this format.
This was my last T20 World Cup, and this is exactly what we wanted to achieve. This is an amazing game. I was telling Rohit today when we went out to bat, I was like, one day you feel like you can't get a run, and then you come out and then things happen. God is great. I bow my head in gratitude. I'm just really grateful I was able to get the job done for the team on the day that it mattered the most.
King Kohli, who didn't have a great World Cup tournament until the final, came to the party when it mattered the most. And just a day later, India all-rounder Ravindra Jadea called an end of an era for Indian cricket. And Jadea taking a back seat and paving the way for the next generation to come and continue the good work. Usama Shab for NDTV.
And wish away health. It's time to become more. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing."
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and
details on all your questions. Let's see the kind of questions we have for this week's episode. You know, it's very easy, it's very convenient, and अगर आपके पास में दो अलग-अलग phones हैं, essentially I carry two phones और मैं यही करता हूँ, so that both my WhatsApp accounts are on both the phones, which is very simple. आप केवल, you can utilize the option of linking a device, and if you link another device to your main account, essentially you have same WhatsApp दो अलग-अलग phones पे. मैं ये करता हूँ so that for example if I'm moving out and I don't want to carry both the phones, अगर मैं एक फ़ोन लेके बाहर जाता हूँ, it still has access to both my WhatsApp accounts. बड़ा easy है, you can use link a device feature, you can add an account. Quite easy, quite useful and quite a lifesaver I would say कि अगर एक फ़ोन की बैटरी भी लो हो जाए, still that WhatsApp won't turn off. See, it all depends on what exactly you want. If you want a full-fledged Windows machine which gives you this convert experience, Surface Pro is a good device. But अभी अगर आप 9 लेंगे, I would say better wait for 10 to be available because वो बहुत जल्दी आने वाला है. So 9 को आए हुए थोड़ा टाइम हो गया है. So better you go with the Surface Pro 10 compared to the 9 right now. Very easy, you know, I have the answer for your query because बड़ा easy हो जाएगा. You'll just need to go to your settings in your iPhone जहाँ पे आप जाके जब कैलेंडर को ढूंढेंगे वहाँ पे you'll get an option to add an account और वहाँ पे जब आप अपना Gmail account add कर लेंगे the same one that your secretary is using to add on to all the entries, तो आपको अपने Apple कैलेंडर में आपके Gmail वाली सारी entries दिखेंगी full synced without any issues. See, I'll tell you how the evolution has been. पहले स्मार्ट वॉचेस में इतने ज़्यादा हेल्थ फीचर्स नहीं होते थे, बट ओवर टाइम हमने देखा कि कैसे दे हैव इवॉल्व्ड. एंड नाउ वी टॉकिंग अबाउट द लेटेस्ट स्मार्ट वॉचेस कमिंग फ्रॉम सैमसंग, कमिंग फ्रॉम एप्पल, आपको बहुत सारे ऑन डिवाइस चीज़ें मिल जाती हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल मेजरिंग योर ब्लड प्रेशर, मेजरिंग योर हार्ट रेट, मेजरिंग योर रिकवरी, एवरीथिंग. अब ये मेडिकली इसको नहीं मानने का एक रीज़न है, सो दैट you don't rely on your smartwatch completely for your health. It is just an indication. यहाँ से आपको एक indication मिलता है that if something is wrong, you should definitely go and meet and consult your doctor. लेकिन then again, these smartwatches are getting really accurate over time. और अलग-अलग vitals जो हमको बताती है हमारी body के, sometimes it's useful information. So that's the reason. And because talking about a premium experience from premium brand, price usually tends to be on the higher side.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to
United States of India. I mean, I know there's a lot of tweezer food, as I call it, out there, but I'm like cuisine that is brilliant, been around for 100 years.
For this plate of award-winning chaat, I was willing to travel, and it was worth the journey all the way from California to North Carolina's hill town of Asheville. Asheville celebrity chef Mehervan Irani put Indian food on the Asheville map. And when his restaurant chain called Chai Pani won the prestigious James Beard Award, he put Asheville on the...
What is India cut cilantro?
Jungly cut, rough cut. Not the fun. Find over 13 years to make it perfect. I mean, let's see. Fold it all together. And I want nice big chunks of puris, like almost like papadis, so that whenever you get a bite, you get a nice big bite of the puri. All right, and then dishes that cross all the religious restrictions that people have around food.
So how did you learn to mix it all together? Because it's a certain art, right? The person who's making you that chaat, they're really key to the chaat. It's not just the ingredients. So how did you develop that hand, as they say, to make it delicious?
Eating lots and lots and lots of bhel puri. Till today, I go to India 2 to 3 times a year and travel and eat chaat. From, like I said, from Surat to Jodhpur to Cochin to Lucknow to Delhi to Bombay. We call it bhel mix.
So the locals take to it well, huh? They're ordering bhel puri.
Everything here has a sense of purpose.
It's so perfect for carrying food. Ready-made chai. What more can I ask for?